Please welcome V. Ali.
All right. Check. When I say sound, y'all say mine. Sound. Good morning. I go by V. Ali. I come from Boynton Beach, Florida. I'm here today to share with y'all a little bit about what I've been going through and some of my music. In 2021, I was diagnosed with bipolar disorder and PTSD, and I've been dealing with that for the past couple years. So my journey has been kind of up and down and all over the place. A little bit about what I've been doing. I've been going to treatment for the past 3 months now. Right now I'm seeing therapists, I'm seeing psychiatrists, and it's been a journey. And some of the things that I've learned over this journey is to go back to the basics. And what I mean by that is by taking care of yourself, eating, working out, making sure you're talking to people, not bottling things up, which I'm very good at doing. Really, it's just a whole learning process of understanding what bipolar disorder is and what PTSD is. And I'm grateful to be here to be able to talk about it and to be able to listen and to learn from other people. Some of the things I saw on the flyer was talking about giving yourself grace. For me, that's very important because it's really talking about allowing yourself to make mistakes, allowing yourself to learn and grow and not be perfect. No, not perfection, but progression. And so I want to lead into this song. It's called Square One, and it's talking about going back to the basics. All right? I'm ready, sir. Yeah. Look. I ain't the one for doing all the talking. I like to get it done, so let me drink my coffee. Stuff been on my nerves, stuff I can't deserve. Man, I know that I've been blessed, but here's another curse. Yeah, man, I know I made some bad mistakes. Know I had a lot of steak, drinking almost every day. Had to take it for days, put me inside the cage. But now I'm out today. Yeah, what you make it. Living in the matrix, really can't even take it. Face it. Back to tie my laces. If it's back to square one, then I'm going back to the basics. Yeah, I can't let the people hurt me. You must not have heard me. No, I don't think you heard me. In the lane I'm swerving, I succeed on purpose. Wondering what's my purpose. Am I perfect? Is it worth it? Yeah, grateful I can see the sun. Grateful for my family, I'm grateful for my son. I just made a move and then I only just begun. If I fall down, I guess it's back to square one. Grateful I can see the sun. Grateful for my family, I'm grateful for my son. I just made a move and then I only just begun. If I fall down, I guess it's back to square one. Yeah, I feel I'm losing my mind. I feel like I'm losing my trust. I feel like I'm losing time. I feel like everybody faking. Feel like everybody taking shots at me. Everyone got a hand to play, and I've been playing Monopoly constantly. On the grind, I'm looking for a better way. Trying to make $1 million and stuff it all inside a safe. I just need a plan to get some land and I'm expanding her. Look at the way I move, I'm in it. I ain't no amateur. Under pressure, made a cup full of diamonds. I don't even say a word, you know I suffer in silence. Life full of violence, tell me how you feel when it's riots. Unpredictable, the way the people switch up like the climate. On high as a pilot, tell me what you feel when you sober. Living life inside the moment, at the moment I'm smoking. I told you it's potent, people who they constantly roping. You ain't never felt no pain unless your heart has been broken. I told you I noticed, grateful I can see the sun. Grateful for my family, I'm grateful for my son. I just made a move and then I only just begun. If I fall down, I guess it's back to square one. Grateful I can see the sun. Grateful for my family, I'm grateful for my son. I just made a move and then I only just begun. If I fall down, I guess it's back to square one. This song was produced by yours truly. You can find it on YouTube. You know what I'm saying? It's called Square One. It's part of my project called Ride For Me. And I just want to close it out by saying this real quick. When I say sound, y'all say mine. Sound. Thank you for your time.
so appreciate being here and having the opportunity to speak at this wonderful conference, this vision that was created 4 years ago by Sister Tanya. Thank you so much, and I love every year seeing all of these powerful people that are on the SoundMinds team. Thank you for this opportunity. A couple of things before I get started. When I point to my head, I want you to say sound mind. Okay, so I'm pointing to my head. Oh, wow, love it. Now, also, can we say amen? Okay, so if I say amen, you say amen. Okay, amen. Wow, good. The vision for this conference is really, it hits center mass on what we should be talking about as far as mental health. When you really look at the holy books, whether it be the Bible, Rig Veda, or whatever, the Bible talks about we're not given the spirit of fear, but power, love, and sound mind. Be not conformed to the world, but transformed by the renewing of your mind. The Buddhists talk about mindfulness. In the Yoga Sutras, they talk about the unity of the mind, body, and the spirit. So this whole notion of sound mind, and in the annals of mental health literature, which you all are familiar with, it always talks about how mental stability affects mental health. How mental stability affects mental health. And that's what we want to talk about in the next few minutes here, and this stopwatch is going fast. I had a chance to talk with our visionary about the conference and the theme, turn up the volume, right? Now, my brain is so wired to say pump up the volume. Now, I'm aging myself, right? Because y'all ain't ever heard of that. The youngest is like, no, it's turn up the volume. So I guess in the next few minutes, we're talking about how to turn up and stay turned up. Y'all can relate to that, right? All right. Amen? All right. Well, make sure you're still with me. So for me, the theme has two meanings. One, how do we turn up the volume in our awareness of mental health? And so, in our community, we have kind of lacked the understanding of what mental health really is. And I want to say some things, and if it triggers something in your experience, you tell me. You remember when you had one of your family members that was moving kind of differently, and you would ask your mom, well, what's wrong with Uncle Roy? And she would say, he ain't right. Anybody had that experience? Nobody had the experience of you saying he ain't right? Or you ask and they say, oh, he had a nervous breakdown. Anybody remember that one? Wow, you guys don't remember that? Down south here, in the Midwest, we did that all the time, Or they would say, he needs Jesus. You remember that one? Right? Or all that boy needs is some good old love. You remember that one? So we've not really understood mental health the way we really need to understand it. And the reason why this Sound Minds conference is so critically important is because now is the time that we stop and really educate ourselves on what mental health really is, because what we're really talking about is mental wellness. How do we get to the top rung of our functioning and stay there? And so I want to talk about that for a little bit. What is mental health? And Brother Duane said it, and I was so happy to hear him say that mental health is not one thing. It exists on a continuum. And let's really quick start from the top of the continuum. I call that mental wellness. That's somebody that is resilient, and when they have issues, they're able to bounce back quickly, and they have coping patterns that they can transfer from one problem or crisis or one situation to another. That's mental wellness. Mental health stability is simply somebody that lack symptoms, but they're just kind of in the middle somewhere. Down the rung, mental health issues, that means somebody that really we can see that you got some stuff going on, but you do not have the symptom pattern in terms of frequency, duration, intensity that we would give you a mental health diagnosis. Now, is there anybody here that does not have mental health issues? I'm so happy nobody raised their hand, because guess what? If you raised your hand, then that is in fact your mental health issue. Amen? All right, so, and then down the rung, we're talking about a mental health disorder. That means that you do have enough of the symptom patterns in terms of frequency, duration, and intensity that we can give you a diagnosis. At the bottom of the rung, you have severe and persistent mental health issues, which are more profound diagnosis, which usually is early onset, and usually treatment occurs over the life course. Now, no matter where you fall on that continuum, we all can have a sound mind, right? No matter where you fall on that continuum, you can have a sound mind. Now, the second part of the vision that I want to talk about is, we talked about needing to pump up there it goes, turn up the volume as it relates to our awareness of mental illness. But now I want to spend most of my time talking about how do we turn up the volume in our own lives. Because I really believe that we are the best examples of positive mental health. Amen? Amen? All right. I know you've been to church, and so I need you to call and respond and come back with me so I make sure you woke. So I'm supposed to be turning up the volume, so you got to turn up with me. All right? So let's talk about ourselves for a minute. How do we turn up the volume in our own life? And I'm just going to leave you with, because this thing is going pretty quick, so I'm going to cut out part of what I was going to say, and I'm just going to leave you with what I call 5 understandings. How do I turn up the volume of mental health in my own life? What should I be doing? What should I be focused on? And I'll just say that, and I'll just say these 5 things and leave you at that. So, the first thing I want you to understand is that we're all a mess and a miracle at the same time. Amen? We're all a mess and a miracle at the same time. The mess is everything that you've dealt with, all your pain, all your fears, all your disappointments, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. That's the mess. The miracle is that you're still here to tell your story. Amen? That's the miracle. Your pain was never meant to push you down. Rather, it was to propel you to your higher calling. It was never meant. Your life events and your life experiences equals your life story. Your life story equals your life purpose. Say it again. Your life events and your life experiences equals your life story. Your life story equals your life purpose. God is not the player of sick jokes. Everything that you went through is to prepare you for what you are to do and what you are to accomplish in this world. Amen? So, if you want to, your setbacks are only set up for breakthroughs. That's it. So if you want to turn up the volume of mental health in your own life, recognize that storms will come. In fact, most of us are either in a storm, just coming out of a storm, or headed into a storm. Amen? And that's just kind of what life is. Now, some of you all have even here today, you've been transformed by trouble. Anybody here been transformed by trouble? All right. All right. A lot of you were divinely selected to be a helper because you once needed help. Amen? Some of you all help people heal because you needed to be healed. And so what you've gone through is so intricately connected to what you're doing now. It's a perfect divine message. All right? Number 2, Understand that you are just a masterpiece trying to masterpiece. You're just a masterpiece trying to masterpiece. Now, how does the masterpiece masterpiece? Well, I could say a million things, but I'm going to leave you with two. Number one, what's your circle of influence? What's your circle of influence? When you get a chance to just sit somewhere by yourself and do what I call a friendship and associate audit. Now, how many of y'all have worked at Walmart, Kmart, Target, or one of those stores where they do an audit, right? Now, what happens to items that don't make the inventory? They send it to the clearance room. So, what am I saying? When you do your friendship audit, and those friendships and friends and associates that don't make the inventory, you got to send them to the clearance room. Somebody else can have them for 50% off, right? Okay, make sure you do that. Your circle of influence. Close your eyes for a second. Did you know that every day there is somebody that loves you beyond measure? Every day there is somebody that prays for you. Every day there is somebody that could not live without you. Every day there's one person that wants the best from you. Now open your eyes and imagine that on a daily basis you only deal with those people. That in and of itself can usher in a greater level of mental wellness just by being around people that are your beloveds. Don't wait like me. I'm 64 years old, and it took me a long time to realize that you've got to leave people that are not working towards your higher good. You got to leave them behind. You pray for them. Don't be mean to them, but you got to leave them behind. Number two, watch your habits. What are you entertained by? What are you eating? What are your thoughts? These are all things that help you nurture the masterpiece, because you are a masterpiece. You are fearfully and wonderfully made, and you have a purpose on this earth. How many of y'all have ever been in a group of people and you heard a favorite song of yours? What's the first thing you do? Oh man, that's my song. What do y'all say now? We used to say, that's my jam. That's my song. And so what do you do when you hear that? Turn up the volume. But what do you do prior to turning up the volume on the song? You tell everybody else, oh man, shh, be quiet. So if you're turning up the volume in your own life, then you have to turn down the noise and distraction level in your life before you turn up the volume so you can hear and see clearly. So nurturing the masterpiece. A third one, understand that you were born an original. Please don't die a copy. You were born an original. Please don't die a copy. Because we get caught up in the particulars of our life, right? Some of you all are wives and husbands, and you know, you're caregivers and helpers, and you're doing things in your world. And sometimes we get caught up and we become those things. It's like we people create expectations for us, and we try to live up to those expectations, and we forget to what? Pour into ourselves. And so a good question to ask yourself on a daily basis, what have I poured into myself today? Why? What is the reason that I actually get up and live? Is what I'm doing right now helping me towards my higher good? Those are some compelling questions to ask ourselves. Nina Simone said, you'll use up everything you have trying to give other people what they want. You will use everything you have trying to give other people what they want. In my own life, I can remember for years not being able to walk like a king because I was too busy trying to be a pawn. Let me say that again. Couldn't walk like a king because I was too busy trying to be a pawn. Don't wait to 64 years to learn that. You can learn it right now. Save some for yourself. If you want to turn up the volume in your life and move towards save some for yourself. Okay? Save some for yourself. Love yourself more than the thought of other people not loving you. Love yourself more than the thought of other people not loving you. Recognize that in order to have a sound mind, you must genuinely care for yourself. And that was an issue for me. Really, truly, genuinely loving yourself. Because a lot of people will say, oh, I love me. Well, if you have to say that so many times, you probably don't love you. You probably do have some work to do around that. Another one, and man, this thing is going real fast. Change is not change until something changes. You all realize that change is the most constant thing in all of our lives. Everything and everybody in your life is of the nature to change. Now, the young people say, oh, they got new on me. Yeah, they changed on you. They flipped up on you, right? Well, everything and everybody is of the nature to change. A question to ask yourself as far as your own change and your own mental health, if you were your enemy, what tactics would you use to stop you? If you were your enemy, what tactics would you use to stop you? If you figure that out, then you will know how and why you're being hit by certain people in your life. Amen? All right. Lack of acceptance of change really does bring about suffering. If you don't want to change, or if you don't accept the fact that people in your life change, it does lead to poor mental health. So we really, really and truly do have to accept the true nature of change. So if you want to turn up the volume in your life that leads to you got to recognize that there is a difference between transformation and transcendence. I don't believe that change is a process at all. I put that in my first book and got in trouble, mainly because that's just not how it's happened in my life, and it has not happened that way in the life of people that I work with. People change when they get sick and tired of being sick and tired. You can be trying to change for the rest of your life. You've told yourself, I got to stop cussing. I got to stop eating sweets. And you've been saying that for the last 20 years, right? But until you get sick and tired, or you may have been, one of your friends may have been in a bad relationship, right? And 15 years they've been in a relationship. You call that person one day, you say, oh, how is that mate of yours? And they say, who? Because in that day after the 15th year, they've done everything they need to do to get out of that relationship. Move out, file that paper, whatever they had to do to get out of that relationship, that's what they did. So the last little thing I'll leave you with is this. If you want to turn up the volume in your life, then you have to understand you can't do it alone, but you alone must do it. You can't do it alone, but you alone must do it. The reality is that the universe provides help through other people, through human relationships. The universe provides help through other people and human relationships. So when you want to turn up the volume in your own life, smile more. Because when you smile, the neuropeptides in your body tells your brain not to be sad. When you want to turn up the volume in your life towards mental health, then be around people that are positive. Positive environments create positive positive brain pathways in our brain that help us function better and help us think clearly and speak clearly, et cetera, et cetera. Thank you all so much, but I appreciate it.
Y'all do me a favor and put your hands together one more time for Mr. Marshall. A couple of things he said that I thought were really powerful. Every day there's someone who loves you beyond measure. Your setbacks are only setups for your next breakthrough. Everything you've gone through is to prepare you for your life's work. One more time, put your hands together for Mr. Marshall. At this time, we're going to embark upon an amazing conversation. This conversation is entitled Love in Action, Embracing Advocacy. Our first panelist is Ms. Shereka Littlejohn Dunston. She is the Director of Program and Affiliate Support from National Alliance of Mental Health Illness. Put your hands together and welcome her at this time. Also today in our conversation we have Deena Hayes-Greene. She is the co-founder and director for Racial Equity Institute. Next, Eric Foushee. He is the CEO of Mental Health Associates of the Triad. And last but certainly not least, we have Mr. Duane Reid. He is the health equity leader for the organization he's a part of. How is it that love impacts the work that you do as an advocate? How does love flow out of the work that you do as an advocate? Mr. Foushee, I'm going to throw the ball to you first.
I figured I would have to go first, but it's okay. So when I look at love and how it impacts the work that we do, and I'm speaking not only from a provider perspective, but also with an understanding that I have three kids, and anyone who has kids truly understands the impact that just social media and mental health has on families as a whole. And I think for me, when I look at programs that we're looking at trying to develop innovative programs that address things that we typically often overlook. We didn't come up in the same area as some of our kids are now, and so we don't quite understand what they may be dealing with. And so as we work to try to develop programs, at least for me, I try to develop programs that will directly impact not only those who I love, but also people in our community. And so, for an example, we are actively working to address programs for at-risk females. It is a population that we tend to kind of overlook. The same can be said for young males. And so I think just understanding we were all there at one point, but also understanding that we don't deal with the same issues that our kids nowadays are dealing with. We have to understand and be more empathetic and passionate about it, instead of looking at it and saying, there could be something wrong, or what's wrong with these kids nowadays. And we oftentimes have to truly be mindful of what we say. I think just our words sometimes and how we communicate to younger kids sometimes has an impact on them as a whole. So.
Awesome. Thank you. Thank you so much for sharing. Ms. Green?
A couple of decades ago, I found myself divorced, living at home with my parents with 2 kids, no wonderful, meaningful job, and trying to figure out exactly what I was going to do. And so I'd go sit at the used bookstore in the self-help section. And one of the books I read was called The Road Less Traveled, and there was a definition in there of love. It said, love is the ability or willingness to extend yourself for the sake of someone else's spiritual growth. And I thought about that a lot in my own sort of faith education, learned, want for your brother and sister what you want for yourself. And I believe that this sort of lack of love and compassion makes it easy to take someone's life, to take someone's property, to harm people in ways, to do things that are mean or cruel or harmful in ways that really land and hurt people deeply. And so, it's just been a journey to figure out how to practice that. What does that look like in life to extend yourself for the sake of someone else's spiritual growth? And I can't create a healthy environment just for myself. I can't I can't control just the air that I breathe or the water that I drink or the soil that food that I eat grows out of. And so I think, just this sort of African principle about the collective, it's just the way that, I think about and ground love in my life.
Awesome. I love that. I love that. Ms. Dunston.
So when I think about love showing up as like a director at NAMI, right? So NAMI is a grassroots organization of peers in mental health. And I'm a former therapist. I'm currently a social worker. And as a therapist, I couldn't bring love in the way I can bring love through NAMI, right? Because I can share with people that they are not alone. I can remind people that I'm not sitting here just as someone that's a social worker or a director of programs. I too live with PTSD. I live with depression. I have a child with anxiety. I have family members with schizophrenia. And I know how I want people to treat me as a person, not as a mental illness. I want to be treated with gentleness. So I have to remember to treat others with gentleness. I have to remember to be appreciative of people who, do the work to share their stories and to stand up for others in mental health and spreading this awareness as I use my voice to do the same thing and reminding people that we are all in this together. Nobody's alone. There's no isolation with this. We have to support each other the way we want to be supported. We have to look at people, not as issues, not as behaviors, not as our frustrations. So I think that's how I share love through my advocacy.
Awesome. Awesome. Mr. Reid?
Yeah, so when I think about love, I think my formation and my alignment is love of God, love of my neighbor. And my neighbor is humanity. It doesn't have a color. And I think rooted and grounded within that love, because I know God is a God of justice, and he is for those who are underserved, those who are marginalized. It causes me to be sensitive and know that saying that I love you is not enough. It's insufficient. That if I see my neighbor, another human being suffering, not living their best life, love provokes me into action. It provokes me into advocacy. It provokes me into being a voice for the voiceless. It provokes me into putting my body in direct alignment with those forces that are trying to oppress and suppress others. Love is the catalyst, and it's also the catalyst that keeps me when you're working with people who may not see their oppression, who may not be able to recognize their mental illness, and you're trying to help them, but they're not helping themselves. Love keeps me, allows me to stay. It prevents me from giving up on them, because God has never given up on me.
Powerful, powerful. Thank you for that share. Mr. Reid, you said something that I think is interesting, and also Mrs. Dunston mentioned it, and that is this idea of looking out for your neighbor. Mrs. Dunston used terms like doing the work. When it comes to advocacy and it comes to doing the work, what do you say to the person who's having some difficulty finding their way in the area of advocacy? How do they start? What are some ways that they can get involved or begin advocating for others? And this question is up for anyone.
Well, can I start, if you don't mind? So, I can't remember where I heard this years ago, but it connects to purpose. A person told me, a pastor may have said this, that if you want to find your purpose, find what you love, find what you hate, right? That often the thing that you hate the most, the thing that bothers you the most, will push you into advocacy, right? So for me, the way I'm wired, I feel people's pain. If I'm walking the street and I see the homeless, it bothers me. if I see someone being ridiculed and called crazy because maybe they're unbalanced right now from a mental health perspective, it bothers me. So for me, if you can identify what bothers you, and that it frustrates you enough where it just doesn't dissipate, right? It's one thing to bother you right now, but when it just lingers, to me, it's an indication of showing you you're part of the solution. Start trying to explore to learn more about the problem and learn more about how you can provide solutions to the problem, because you are a catalyst of change.
And I think, you know, from an advocacy standpoint, I think, especially minorities, we have to do more in regards to participating with our local government boards and committees. I sat on the American Hospital Association at a time where it was the only minority on that particular board and committee. Did the same thing with the National Alliance for Mental Health. When you look at what happens, oftentimes we have these laws and these policies that are created, but oftentimes we don't have a seat at the table. And so my recommendation for anyone that wants to increase advocacy and do more as it relates to mental health, look and see what committees you can join. Look and see what boards you can be a part of. We all can play a role in that.
And to piggyback off that, when it comes to advocating in your communities, look at the local nonprofits, look at the people who are already doing the work and see how you can join in with them to do the work. Also, there's tons of education out there. I know at NAMI, we have like a whole page dedicated to advocacy on our website where we talk about our legislative priorities. But a lot of people may not feel comfortable just going to their local senator, right, and saying, hey, we need this. So we have free classes to teach people how to become an advocate in mental health. It's called Smarts for Advocacy. We have classes to teach family members how to help their loved ones advocate for their own mental health, even just dealing with providers and things like that. It's called Family to Family. And these things are free resources in our community, and they're across the country, not just in North Carolina. So, you know, look at what's there, what resources are there, and how you can become active in learning how you can use your voice, and then go do the work with the organizations.
In my work, in my anti-racism, racial equity work, we use this allegory to help people think about the layers and levels of how conditions have been structured in our community. We say if you live near a lake, you wake up one day and there's a fish floating belly up dead, it makes sense to wonder what happened to that fish. You know, how'd the fish die? But if you woke up one morning and half the fish in the lake are floating belly up dead, what question should we be asking, right? What's wrong with the water, right? What's wrong with the lake? But we're not educated and trained to question lakes, to examine and interrogate systems. We're educated and trained to fix fish, right? We're in the fish fixing business. And what we know is that fish approaches don't work for lake problems. And it's not just one lake. It's the education lake, it's the healthcare lake, it's the environmental lake, it's the housing lake, it's the criminal justice lake. I mean, you name it. It's the child welfare lake. There's not one system in the United States where black people and other people of color, but black people primarily, aren't having the worst outcomes in that system. Not one. Now, unless you believe that there's something biologically deficient or wrong with black people, then we've got to start thinking about what is happening to the systems that create conditions under which we suffer. Mental health that can become mental illness. And so we say that we really have a groundwater problem, because it's the groundwater that resurfaces in all of those lakes, and that's why we haven't been able to close health disparities or achievement gaps or disproportionality in child welfare or inequities in our criminal justice system, because we have a structural issue, and that requires organizing. So my advocacy work is really around community organizing. We're sitting right here in Bennett College. I live across the street. I walked over here, but this is one of the most distressed census tracts in the city. It is plagued by concentrated poverty, and you know, people call it a food desert, but that's when we sort of fragment the problem and make it seem like it's a single issue problem. This is a desert, period. It's a food desert, a health desert, a school desert, a public safety desert, an environmental desert. This is a heat island. It might be 80 degrees in Irving Park, but it's 90 degrees at Bennett College. So that means that we might be walking in conditions, or we might be outdoors in conditions that could impact our health and our well-being. And just think about this distress on children and families, that they're not just dealing with one system, they're dealing with every single system. And that's just too much for people to manage. And so in my organizing role, it's how do we think about the ecosystem, the conditions under which mental health turns into mental illness, and how we address that. Because if we don't, then we're just going to be fixing fish forever. You know, I'm chair of the school board here. I've been on the school board for 22 years. The problems that we had 22 years ago are the problems we have today. The problems we had 40 years ago are the problems that we had today. 10 years ago, we had a life expectancy gap in this community. It was 14 years. So if you're in this neighborhood, you're going to die 14 years earlier than if you're over in Northwest Greensboro. 14 years. So we've known about that for 10 years, and now the life expectancy gap is grown. It's now 15 years. So we have to have a rigorous, deeper understanding of the historic events and decisions that have created an environment under which we are incredibly impacted. And I think that organizing is the way that I advocate, because I think it's movement work and it takes a collective again.
Awesome. Anyone else want to respond?
She hit the nail on the head.
Yeah.
I mean, we're dealing with systems.
Yeah.
And, you know, I think the power in what Deena spoke was, it just made me think of the power of being present with others. We have to be present in our communities, advocating on behalf of others. Some people aren't going to do it until we step up and take on the mantle. But it's complex. Like I said, it's not one thing. She's speaking to social determinants of health, right? It's complex. So now you think about the complexity of someone who doesn't have a severe mental illness dealing with all of that. And then you have someone who has a chemical imbalance that they've not come to terms with. They've been not diagnosed. They're in a manic episode. They've not slept for 2 or 3 days. And they have a food desert, and they have a transportation desert, and they have people in their family that are just calling them. There's a lot going on there, right? But we have to learn to be present with others to help them navigate these systems, but help sometimes just to navigate each and every day of their life.
Yeah, and social determinants are not organic. You know, this was structured, this was created, and so those aren't these sort of random things that just happen, and black people just happen to live in that.
Thank you all for that. One question I want to grapple with before we move on is, you know, with all that is going on in each of the areas and the systems that we've talked about, I'm wondering what thoughts you all have in terms of our role when it comes to voting. We're heading into an election year, and there's a lot going on in that way when it comes to elections. So what thoughts do you have with regards to elections, voting, and advocacy?
I will say, do your research. Don't vote for people who are not planning to do what you need them to do in the community. Don't blindly just go, you know, circle or bubble or whatever you do where in your district, but research folks. Look at, you know, how they voted in the past if they're already elected officials. Look at the platforms they're running on. You know, if you have the opportunity, go have conversations with these people, because, you know, they'll all be in the neighborhoods and at churches and other places saying, vote for me. But do your research. Know who you're voting for. Know the things that matter to you, and make decisions based on the education you've received from having conversations, looking at voting records, and looking at things like that.
Yeah, and I also want to add, and I think she just said it, you know, you have to understand that our local politicians and the local politicians that we elect have more of an impact on what happens to us on a local level than a lot of times the presidential election. But we'll get out and we'll line up and we'll go vote. But the presidential election, we have to do the same thing in our local elections as well.
Well, one, I think you should vote. And I love that meme that was going around that's saying, who I'm voting for is not about Valentine's Day. It's not that I love this candidate. It's a strategy. And, you don't get involved in politics during election time. You put people in office and then you show up and tell them what you want them to do. Don't put people in office and then you don't show up and then you wonder, who's doing what, because this is about a plan. You put people in office to carry out what you and the collective want. And so it is something that you should always be involved in. Do you know where your party meets? There's a precinct right here in this community. Are you a part of that? Because you need to find out, what people are voting for, during the year, not at election time. But we are seeing the rolling back of women's rights, of LGBTQ rights, of civil rights. And so, I'm just going to say vote, vote period, because and especially the black vote, the data has been, we have to register people to vote, but I think one of the most disheartening things is that the number of people who are registered that aren't voting. And they're not responding to those messages that people died so that you can get in office. I also want to say, as an elected official and as a community organizer, I say I'm a community organizer that became a politician, not the other way around, because I was really drugged to the Board of Elections to file for office because some people came and asked me to run for this position. But it's been community organizing that has pushed systems into accountability, not an elected official. And policies are important, but you can see they're being undone. They say that culture eats policy for breakfast. So while laws are important, people can just undo them, just like they're undoing them now. We have to go past policies and change culture so that it makes it very difficult, that things can't change with the stroke of a pen like they can today. So go vote and take other people to vote, and then do something about whoever you don't like in the meantime. But don't not show up right now, because it is critical to the well-being and the future of our community.
Well, thank you for that. Thank you for that. Really quickly, I just want to say hello to our online attendees. If you have any questions, I invite you to reach out to our online host, Nisha Stringfellow, with those questions. I do have another question I think it's important for us to grapple with during our time together, and that is, what would you all say to the advocate who is tired, to the advocate who is worn out, to the advocate who is experiencing some compassion fatigue, and no longer desires to stay in the fight for advocacy, or to the voter who's saying, I saw the most recent presidential debate, and it's going to be a no for me? What would you say to them?
For me personally, when you're accustomed to taking care of others, often you neglect yourself, right? So the first place I would start is, what are you doing for you? Are you taking time to get rest? Are you eating properly? Are you drinking enough water? Are you exercising? Because sometimes we burn ourselves out. Just physically, we don't feel as though we can continue. And then the other piece is, you have to realize that you can't do this work alone. As Deena just mentioned, we're dealing with systems, very complex issues. Like, we haven't even brought the race component in there that we've dealt with within America. But we have all these issues, and it can be overwhelming, and it can be traumatizing if you kind of take all of that and put it on your shoulders and think that it's just you. You need a network. You need a group of individuals that you're working collectively with. So sometimes it's the altering of your perspective. It can be very sobering, right, to get to that place. But we can't stop the work. If you have to take a hiatus, to take time out for you, to take care of you, you've earned that. But you got to do what's necessary.
Yeah, and I'll say that I think the way that we have individualized against systemic problems have created individual advocacy, and that's just a recipe for burnout and being overwhelmed. But when you're doing sort of movement work, and from a sort of movement approach, I feel like I have Harriet Tubman energy, in the sense that I live in incredible gratitude. People faced brutal terror for us to have access to and we got a long way to go, and things aren't perfect, but people did. I think we're the healthiest when we're fighting, but not fighting alone. We're fighting collectively, and we have a plan. And so I would just encourage people, to build a community of people and to develop approaches that that you can execute, and then you can examine and analyze, what did you get from that? What lesson did you learn from that? I mean, all of the movements, the civil rights movements, the things that really changed things in this country. I mean, think about the Montgomery bus boycott. People decided to walk for 366 days, and had to figure out, if they were going to lose their job or what they were going to do and how they were going to do that. And they broke the back of the economic back of the bus system to where they had to cave and give in. We don't have that determination anymore because we're so far from the movement work that changed things. We have a fragile memory of change, and we get frustrated when things don't happen easy. So I would just encourage people to learn our history and to learn from our history, because that gratitude is going to take us where it's going to give us the energy that we need to keep going.
Awesome. Well, thank you for that. Nisha, how are we doing? Do we have any questions from our audience? Okay. All right. Final thoughts as we come to the close of our conversation. Do me a favor, if you don't mind, all of you, just tell me a little bit about you and the organization you work for or you're a part of and lead.
And so I'm the acting CEO of Mental Health. We also provide most of the court services here in Guilford County. With that being said, I also want to add one last thing. So when you look at what we've done with primary care, we are quick to promote annual wellness visits for primary care. We need to take the same approach as it relates to mental health. The problem I see is that we are reactive. We don't focus on prevention the way we should. When you look at statistics, kids 4 to 12, 1 in 4 go without treatment. What if we could just get them checked to determine if they have something we can address before it gets to the point to where it's unmanageable? I think we have to look at that, not just from a policy standpoint, but to your point, coming together as a community and saying, what can we do different? Can we pilot this approach? And so with that being said, I am speaking on the provider side, but I grew up, like you mentioned, 14 years later, I grew up down the street, MLK. And so, it's interesting, out of the people that I grew up with, very few of us are still here. And so I think it's important for us to understand, no matter where we come from, no matter our background, we can all do our part to make a difference.
So I'm the Director of Programs and Affiliate Support for NAMI, North Carolina. NAMI is the National Alliance on Mental Illness. We are the largest grassroots mental health organization in the country. So you can find NAMIs in your local communities, at your state level, and nationally. One of the best things I love about NAMI is that we are peer-run, peer-led. We offer free programs, educational, support groups, and even presentations throughout the communities all across the United States. And these are run by peers, people living with mental health issues or family members of someone with a mental health condition. So when you come to us, you're coming to people who aren't just, clinicians maybe. Most of us are not clinicians. I'm a former clinician. These are real people living this journey too, who are there to educate, support, and teach you things about mental health, teach you ways in which you can support your loved ones or even support yourself.
I'm the co-founder and managing director of the Racial Equity Institute and the co-founder of Black Wall Street. Black Wall Street is an initiative that's trying to sort of transform Southeast Greensboro, the sort of a footprint in Southeast Greensboro where we're trying to deconcentrate poverty, eliminate that 15-year life expectancy gap, and actually create a blue zone. A blue zone is, there's like 7 blue zones in the world where they have the largest population of people that live to be 100 plus. And so if you ride around MLK, Gorel and Martin Street, Julian Street, Bragg or Macon, you can see we are taking dilapidated homes and turning them into $300,000, $400,000, $500,000 homes and trying to create, diversify the income in this neighborhood. We moved here because my husband and I felt some kind of way about wanting to help people we didn't want to live by. So we moved from Northwest Greensboro over here. You know, our parents had a fit, you know, because our kids would be at Dudley, and it was one of the lowest performing high schools in the district, and they thrived there. I just want to say, but we have the ability to create the communities that we want to live in, and we shouldn't have to move out of them and put ourselves in a culture that is not affirming to who we are. And so you'll see Black Wall Street signs throughout this community. And if you want to know more, you can just look on our website.
So I'm Duane Reid, you know my name. I'm the Associate Director, National Policy and Advocacy with Johnson & Johnson. So from a policy perspective, we look at federal legislation across the country, anything that inhibits access and affordability for patients. We work with various advocacy organizations to oppose it. If it's something that supports it, we amplify it. And the advocacy piece is when you think about social determinants of health, health literacy and health education is a huge gap. So we go across the entire country, work with national organizations that work with local healthcare systems to make sure they provide free health screenings. You'd be surprised the number of places and spaces I go into and come across someone that hasn't been to a doctor in 15, 20 years. They're just afraid of the healthcare system. So by working with groups that provide a space where they can be diagnosed, and then also partnering with NAMI and other groups in local markets where they can have available resources, we have to do the work. As Deena mentioned, life expectancy within our community is not the same to our peers. And when you look at chronic diseases, we're typically on the bottom everywhere, right? So we're trying to change that across the country.
All right, we have a question from Philadelphia. My question is concerning the waiver funding and how is the state determining who receives the correct funding because my son is getting the runaround?
I'm gonna try to answer this the best way I can. It is extremely complex. There is not an easy answer for that, and that's mostly determined on a local and state level, depending on various management entities. We recently had a change in our leadership here in our county, which we had Trillium, which had then took over for Sandhills. And so, you know, that is a very broad question simply because not knowing additional factors, it creates complexity. That's the other issue we didn't really talk about, is the complexity of trying to navigate mental health and IDD services in our community. So I would just recommend that they reach out to their local management entity, whoever manages their insurance, and really ask that question because the complexities is also why I think people don't access services the way they should, and hopefully that answers that question.
Ladies and gentlemen, do me a favor, please put your hands together for these amazing panelists. Mr. Eric Foushee, Ms. Shereka Littlejohn Dunston, Ms. Deena Hayes-Greene, and Mr. Duane Reid. One more time, put your hands together.
Good afternoon, everyone. Again, I'm Kimberly Simmons. I'm excited to be here with you all today. On a day-to-day, I'm a school social worker at the Middle College at UNCG, so I thoroughly enjoy hearing from our adolescents and young adults. I'm really looking forward to hearing what they have to say today. So let me start by introducing our amazing panel. Ms. Kyla Bates is a student at North Carolina A&T State University. She's a rising senior studying animal science. She's a member of many wonderful organizations such as Verge Modeling, Mentoring for Her, Ribbon of a Bliss, and NCCJ Anytown. Some of her hobbies include art and doing hair. Thank you, Kyla. Next up, we have Ms. Caitlin Green, a freelance writer and mental health advocate. Caitlin graduated from the University of North Carolina at Charlotte in 2021 with her Bachelor of Arts in Sociology and Communication Studies. Since then, she pursued a career in the pharmaceutical sales industry in Sacramento, California. It was during her time in the industry that she discovered the true importance of cultivating her relationship with mental health. Now an advocate and active member of therapy and mental health practices, Caitlin desires to share her experiences with her community to foster positive conversations surrounding improving the relationships between ourselves and our minds. Thank you, Caitlin. Ms. Ryan Peterson, Director of Counseling Services here at Bennett College. Here she is. Come on up. Got the catwalk coming through. This is going to be a fun panel, y'all. I've got the young adults, so we got to have fun with it, right? So Ms. Ryan Peterson, again, is our Director of Counseling Services here at Bennett College. She's a mental health advocate and CEO of OIC Counseling and Wellness, PLLC. With 8.5 years of experience as a school counselor, Ryan is passionate about eliminating mental health stigma in Black and brown communities. She founded Masterpiece. Let me say that again, Masterpiece, but with H-E-R, Masterpiece, a nonprofit to guide Black teenage girls toward their true potential, and has awarded 13 scholarships to these budding leaders. As the Dean of the Durham Awesome Foundation, she grants $1,000 monthly to projects that enhance Durham's awesomeness, spreading positivity and change. Thank you, Ryan, for joining us. And last but certainly not least, the gentleman of the crew for this panel is Mr. Jordan Perkins. All right. Jordan is a professional overseas basketball player. He has spent the last 2 years of his life playing basketball overseas, and he's looking forward to year 3 this upcoming fall. He's a graduate of North Carolina Central University and also received his MBA at Longwood University, Farmville, Virginia. Thank you for joining us, Jordan. All right. So, according to a publication by the Institute of Medicine, investing in the health and wellness of young adults, young adulthood spans approximately from the ages of 18 to 26. This is a transitional period in which young people are traditionally expected to do a number of things, including become financially independent, establish romantic relationships and become parents, and to assume responsible roles as productive and engaged members of the community. At the same time, young adults are going through a lot of mental, physical, biological maturation that is often not taken into account with these societal expectations. Sounds like a lot of noise, right? We're talking about navigating the noise. Okay? So then we want them to navigate it. And to navigate means to plan and direct the route or course of something, to travel on a desired course, or simply speaking, to find your way. So today, we want to talk about all of these noises. How do we navigate? Because we just say, hey, go figure that out. Be all these great things. Get a husband, get a wife, get a husband, children, all these things. But we have to know what their experience is, what they need, what they know, what they don't know, in order so we can be better advocates for them and be better safe spaces for them. We're going to talk about safe spaces today too, okay? So my first question, as we talked about, we identified a few types of noises. So it's kind of a two-part. So what is it like being a young adult in 2024? And what noises do you identify in your life or the lives of your peers or people you know? Anyone can go first.
I can start off and say that being an adult in 2024 or young adult, I mean, I feel like it's definitely a different experience than, you know, what our parents and things like that have gone through. We do have social media and things like that that definitely take a toll on us in regards to social comparison, which I'll definitely say is one of my biggest, you know, noises that kind of goes on in my head. I definitely think it's rough. You know, we do have a lot of societal expectations, things that our family members expect from us in regards to how they grew up and how we should be moving about the world. And, you know, it's difficult. It's not an easy process being a young adult right now. But I would say for myself, like I said, societal expectations is definitely a lot of noise. That is something that I've had to go through for sure, as well as, you know, social comparison, insecurities, self-doubt, imposter syndrome. I feel like for myself, the list goes on, but I would definitely say those are some of the noises that I've experienced so far, kind of going through my young adult maturation and everything.
Before someone else answers, could you please just expound on what imposter syndrome is, just for anyone who might not know that term?
Yeah, absolutely. Imposter syndrome, it's something I came to identify with when I first got my job working in pharmaceutical sales straight out of college. I started out in a non-entry level position, so I was probably about a tier 6, which everyone that I was working with, I was the youngest at my company at the time, and everyone that I was working with had been working in pharmaceutical sales or the biotech field for about 12 to 15 years. So imposter syndrome is just kind of feeling like you don't deserve to be in the position or the role that you're in, and then you kind of feel like to some degree that you're going to get found out. So you're really kind of nervous going through the process of like, oh, I don't deserve to be here. Like, I don't feel like this is, you know, for me. And like I said, that someone's going to end up finding me out and find out that I'm, you know, a false, that I'm a floozy, that I am not meant to be here. So that's kind of what imposter syndrome is.
Thank you for that. All right, anybody else want to take the question?
Okay. Hi, I'm Kyla. So one of the big noises for me is really I'm the oldest granddaughter as well as the oldest daughter on both my mom and dad's side. So I feel like it comes with a lot of expectations. And it's also like comparing myself with my friends. I was supposed to graduate last year and still be in college, and I'm a science major, a lot of chemistries, I'm trying. But it's like seeing my friends graduate it took a big toll on me because I went to the Middle College with Miss Simmons. And I'm expected to graduated, get my career going. And then family's asking me, do you have a boyfriend all the time? You know, so it's like I feel like I'm not where I need to be in life. But I had to learn and teach myself that everybody had different paths, and I'm just taking my path a little longer than others, and that's okay. But yes, backpacking off of what she said, social media is a big thing in my generation. So seeing 21 years old who are billionaires, it kind of put me in the spot like, am I supposed to be here? Am I supposed to get there? Like, how do I get there? And then prices, cost of living, everything is just high and expensive. And it's like, I'm 22 years old. How am I supposed to afford for housing and stuff? Like, I see my mother got her house and stuff, and it's like, I'm supposed to be at this level, and I feel like I'm not there, you know? Some of my friends have their family started, and I'm sitting here like, haven't started there yet. So I just feel like I'm behind in a way. And that's what's all the noise is. It's like comparison.
Thank you.
How y'all doing? So to piggyback on what they said, I pretty much agree. As a young adult, it's comparison. Social media is one of the things as well that has people's minds everywhere because they see their peers with money or in a situation they want to be in. So I think that makes young adults want to speed their process up, but you can never do that. So at the end of the day, for me, the noise for me, being an overseas basketball player, the comparison can really eat at you at first. You think you are supposed to be at this level, but you're not. You see people around you that you're just as good as or better at a higher level than you. But you know, my advice for just any young adult and any person in general is just to run your own race. You know, you can't really. It's hard to really control everything. You can't. So it's just God's timing. So one of the things for me, I think young adults just need to put God first, honestly, and that helps you slow down a lot. It helps you to realize a lot. Helps you to be more grateful for your situation, because there's a lot of people that want to be in that situation you're in. So even if it's a low level job, it don't matter. People want to hoop. People want to do all type of jobs that us young adults have. So I think the noise is just
you know, blocking out all the outside things, you know, being grateful. And I think that if you're just grateful and continue to run your own race, then it's easier to block out the noise from social media and comparison.
Thank you for that. And I hear a lot of what we in the therapeutic world talk about, mindfulness, you know, blocking out, being present, being grateful, you know, blocking the comparisons and things and being in the moment so that you can reflect and be happy where you are right then. Ryan, would you like to add anything that you hear from students or young adults that you work with?
Sure. I think you, of course, spoke on it. The mindfulness is important, and I'm glad to hear you all are very aware. But the words that I heard often are two S words, should and supposed to. And those are words that are very hard for me. And I think that a lot of times, so when I graduated, we were in a recession, right? And now we're seeing inflation while you all are young adults. So understand, I see you, I feel you, I am you. And I think that, as you stated, run your own race is very easy to say, right? And then you say, well, how do I do that? And I think that's when we address those two S words, should and supposed to. Well, who said? I should be doing this. Well, who said? Because should kind of implies that there's an authority that created this expectation. Who is that authority? Are they your authority, or are they the authority? Are they the system that the last panel spoke about? You know, do we need to look at the fish, or do we need to look at the lake? I think that, and thank you for that analogy. I don't know where you're sitting, but that was great. I love that. I think that you all have to remind yourselves of your goals on a regular basis. You have to remind yourselves of the plans in which you put in place to get there, and then you have to sit back and evaluate, okay, am I doing what I'm supposed to be doing? Because as long as I'm doing what I'm supposed to be doing, I'm good. And all this outside noise and all these other people and opinions and shoulds, supposed tos, those are great, and it's great for people to have opinions on your life, and they always will. However, how do you feel? Are you where you're supposed to be? Are you doing the best that you can with what you have? Yeah, those two words, though, can be very harmful. So just be mindful of how you tap into that. I should be doing this. Okay, well, according to who? Did I set a goal that said that, or did someone else put that expectation on me? And did I agree to that expectation, or am I simply trying to live in their wants and needs for my life? Yeah.
Thank you. I think one thing that was consistent amongst everyone's answer was about social media and comparisons, and a lot of the comparisons come from social media. So if we know that negative feelings are coming from watching others and comparison and things like that, what makes us still scroll at night and all day and not keep our phones and not block and not turn off our accounts for at least a week away from social media? So why do you think it's so hard to step away from social media when everyone acknowledges the negative impact that it can have on your mental health?
I feel like social media, you know, just the internet and things like that, that's really been ingrained into the fabric of our generation. That's just everything that we know. That's kind of how we grew up. You know, a lot of being able to see, you know, interact with your friends, whether that be, you know, Facebook, Instagram, TikTok now is really popular. You know, staying connected in the world, I feel like, is one of the biggest things that our generation has kind of connected with when it comes to the internet. And then, of course, using the internet as leverage to kind of show off your life to others in all of the best ways, because I think that that's one thing, and especially in regards to comparison, that we tend to do, knowing that people are always going to display their best selves and their best versions on social media. So you're going to go on there and you might see people that are like, oh, I've got this really nice house, or I'm going on all these trips and things like that. You're not really seeing what's going on behind the scenes. So it's kind of, I want to say it almost gets addicting to an extent. You know, you're kind of constantly, especially if you've kind of tapped into and fallen into that rabbit hole of comparison, constantly wanting to see what's going on with the people around you, you know, kind of measuring yourself up. You know, I'm 25 years old, so looking at your age and being like, well, this is what these people are doing, so this is what I need to be doing, or I need to be working harder in this area to be doing this. And then also, like I said, just staying connected to the world and staying connecting to others, I feel like is something that kind of keeps us locked to social media. You know, I feel like I've even, and I ask myself that question a lot and still deal with that, because I'll go, okay, Caitlin, like, we're kind of really getting into the nitty gritty of this. Like, let's kind of back away from social media. Let me delete my account for a week. Let me do this or whatever. And I'll like take the app off of my phone. And then like by the next day I've gotten it again. And like I said, I feel like it is definitely kind of like this addiction situation we've got going on.
I feel like it's the fear of missing out. Basically what she said, I personally don't read a newspaper anymore. Like I never touch a newspaper. I don't know when I ever touched a newspaper for arts and crafts. But yeah, so everything that I know my generation, we get everything from social media. That's how we get the news. That's how we get updated, especially with my school too. Our information about our school is on social media. Everything now is included with technology and social media. That's all it's about in this generation now. So yeah, it's really so the fear of missing out. And I also, like, social media can also be a good platform too, because that's how I network. So it's like, if I cut it off, I might be missing my opportunity for reaching out to certain people. Now, don't get me wrong, I do take some time to myself, but my generation rely on social media so much that I feel like I can't really cut it out of my life, because that's how I can sometimes use to build my platform. So it's kind of like I got to keep in the back of my pockets.
And to your generation, having a platform is important.
Yes.
You know, because I find it interesting. I think your generation, even some younger now, it's like you don't exchange phone numbers, you exchange Instagram pages. And to me, as not a young adult, you know, I won't call my age up here today, but exposed than a phone number. I can choose whether or not to pick up my phone, right? But if you're looking on my open, not private page, you see everything. And so I do find that interesting too. And like you shared, Caitlin, about connecting with the world versus connecting with each other. Text me, don't call me. You know? So anybody else want to add?
I'll be brief. I just believe social media is addicting. And I think once people step away from it and realize all the things you can get done without being on social media, that's when they really realize that, okay, social media is phony. Like, that's how I feel about it personally. And I'm on it, but I'm not on it, like you said, people have a platform, right? But you can have a platform, but it's also people on there just being nosy, just scrolling, and you know, it's natural, like it's human nature to be comfortable. So that's just, you know, this is what I do on a daily basis. I spend 2 hours on the gram or Twitter or whatever, TikTok. I spend 2 hours, but I feel like if you remove yourself from just that environment of constantly scrolling and scrolling, you'll realize how worthless it is if you're not networking and if you're not doing something to advance your business or your relationships. So yeah, that's just my take on it.
I feel like, and you can correct me if I'm wrong with this, and you asking, you know, about what makes things difficult, you know, for us in regards to like just not putting it away and everything. I'm not really sure if even neurochemically, neurotransmitterly, if things, because I know you were saying, and we keep saying like addicting, right? So you think addiction, you think things that are going on chemically in your brain, especially if I'm thinking about, you know, you're on Instagram and then you post a picture and you're getting likes from that picture. If things are popping off in your brain, endorphins or things like that, where you get satiated from feeling, you know, mentally that satisfaction, you know, of getting the validation from other people or whatever that might be. I think that could also be part of the reason why, especially if we're looking at it being an addictive factor. So that's just a thought.
That reinforcement, right?
Yeah. So thank you. I love that. It is absolutely a daily dose, moment-by-moment dose of dopamine. I have all my notifications turned off for social media because been there, right? When Instagram started, when Facebook started, when we needed a college email address to be on Facebook, right? And our aunties and grandmas weren't on there before Instagram and all the other things, right? I think that we have to remind ourselves of that. Some people get that dopamine from going to run club, you know, or going to the gym, or going to do their homegirl's hair, you know, or a hair show or something like that. And now that this has been introduced to us, and let's not forget that we were all home for a whole year, okay? and there was nothing else to do. So those phones, if you didn't have a situation or an addiction previous to that, it may have kicked up a notch, right? While you're at home and you literally don't have anything to do. You can't leave, so your escape might be on that phone. I think we have to remind ourselves a few things. One, if we are constantly looking at these phones and we're constantly comparing ourselves to the people we see, what do we have control over? We don't have control over what these people post, but we do have control over who we follow. I know I work with a lot of young women who have body dysmorphia. And what that means very briefly is you look in your reflection is not what others see when they look at you, right? So you might be in perfect health and perfect shape, and you might be the ideal woman, but when you look in the mirror, you're like, ugh, I'm a fat, ugly blob, right? And you follow all these women who have gone and got BBLs. You have to follow all these women who are, elite, and the what's it called, IG models, right? Why are we following them? This is not helpful. That is not feeding your soul. That is not leading you to success. So I understand the platform. I'm on social media because I have a platform. I want to speak things. I want to show that you can be a really cool professional, a hot girl, a dope mom, and a cool wife. And love the Lord, okay, all at the same time.
Period.
Period, straight like that. But I also realize that I can fall into those same rabbit holes as you all. I'm comparing. I'm like, dang, she's 36 and she has 3 investment properties. I just got a house. Like, I need to do better. And in the same breath, it's like, it is a highlight reel. These people aren't telling their stories. That 21-year-old millionaire isn't up there saying, oh, by the way, my father passed when I was 12, and I inherited all this money. And my cousin told me to invest in these properties, and they started my stock portfolio at that time. So now I was able to start my business and become a millionaire at 20, and now I'm 21 and telling y'all that part. I didn't tell you all that, the stuff back here, right? So keep in mind what these platforms and social medias were created for. They are tools. If you can activate and accelerate your brand, if you can, get with a new team that's going to pay you more, give you more exposure because you are showing all your highlights from your games, duh, why wouldn't you use that? That's an amazing tool. If you all can jump on LinkedIn and elevate yourself in Sacramento, cheers to you, by the way, for being in the pharmaceutical world right after college. That's beautiful. But hop on these places and show what you're capable of doing. Show your accomplishments. Show these things. That absolutely makes sense. But if we're saying, I am aware of a problem, I'm comparing myself, I want the money they have, I want the body they have, I want the life they have, but they're not giving me the cheat codes. Stop following those accounts and look for the accounts that are giving the cheat codes because they are out there. Yeah, we have a lot more control than we think we do, but that dopamine that's very real, and that is where we get into the addictive portion, right, into the medical space of why are we looking at our phones so often. We have these tools set up now, at least on Apple, where you can, set your screen time. But guess what? 85% of my clients tell me that clock comes up, and what do? Put in their passcode so they can keep scrolling, and it's like, okay. Again, what do I have the control over? And I think that we just have to constantly remind ourselves this, and I'm not just preaching to y'all or whoever's viewing this online, I'm preaching to myself. Because if you find yourself in this rabbit hole and you're like, okay, hold on, this is not productive. Erykah Badu said I can make you put your phone down, so put it down, walk away, go do something productive, go outside, take a walk, go back to the things that really empower us and feed us. A conversation I had very recently, and I'll be brief with this and move on, is when we speak about comparison, I hate saying back in the day because still, whatever. Back in the day, the people that I was able to compare myself with were the girls in my neighborhood, the girls in my church, the girls on my dance team, the girls in my school. You all have the entire world to compare yourselves to. And I think you have to remember that context because you're more than likely not going to be in the same room with a lot of these people. So why are we comparing? Why are we trying to be like them? The rate of that cost of living in California is not what it is in North Carolina. So there's certain things that we focus on the facts, right? Does this even make sense for me to compare myself to this person? Is this person telling their whole story, and are they helping me get to where they are? If not, this account might be problematic and I might need to stop following. Aside from that, I will say if it's not leveraging who you are and what you want to become, maybe you shouldn't look at it.
Thank you. And look, one of my little things about our young adults and millennials, as we call them, is if you can put someone on Do Not Disturb, you can Do Not Disturb your Instagram. Because I swear, I tell my nieces all the time, it's like the Do Not Disturb on the phone calls. So again, not allowing people to reach you directly, text me. So coming back to that space of connection with actual people. So Caitlin, you said a word that triggered me with a question. So you mentioned behind the scenes. So yes, on social media and a lot of things, even walking down the street, people are not going to show you their sometimes softer side or their more difficult moments. And so I'm curious about what the behind the scenes conversations are in your groups, your friend groups and things. What are the real conversations that are happening behind the scenes? And when you speak, please put your mic up so that the online viewers can hear us clearly and project.
Okay.
Thank you.
That's a good question. So I would definitely say that a lot of those behind the scenes conversations that aren't had or shown on social media and things is, just the real authentic. Like, you know what? This job that I have that may look so great and wonderful to everybody else on the outside. And this is honestly, and I'll just go from my personal experience, because when I was out there in Sacramento and I was, working at that big company and I was making all this great money and, people would see the things that I posted on social media. And if I had $1 for every time someone DM'd me and was like, oh my gosh, you're out there living your best life, you just look like you're so happy and all these things, I would be very rich. But the things that they did not see from me were when I was, back at home in my apartment by myself, crying myself to sleep because I was so lonely. I hadn't developed a community of people or any friends. I didn't have any family out there. So there was a lot of things that were going on behind the scenes. And those would be the types of conversations that I would have with my friends, back home and things. Is like, this is harder than it looks. This is my first time. This is my first quote unquote big girl job. So I'm having to try to, what felt like to me climbing Mount Everest to try to get at the same level that the people that I was working with were at. And, that was kind of the conversations that I was having. Yes, I have this great job and it's wonderful, but I'm struggling. I feel like I'm back in college. I'm having to learn all these things about biotechnology and, the healthcare system and things that I've never really had to do before. And, my learning pace, like I said, I'm having to go 10 times more and 10 times harder than those people around me. So just really authentic, genuine conversations. Like, this stuff is harder than it looks. This stuff is not as cute and wonderful as we make it out to be on social media. It's really, really not. Real life is not that. Authentic life is not that. Authentic life is struggles. Authentic life is lessons. Authentic life is having to go through things and understand, why you're going through those things. You're having to learn lessons along the way. You're having to grow as a person. Just kind of make your way. And obviously at our young adult age, that's what we're doing, is trying to make our way. It's trying to figure out our lives, figure out who we are genuinely. And that process is not easy. And so that's the type of conversations that I would say is had.
Thank you. I am glad to hear that the conversations behind the scenes are real and authentic, because when we talk about safe spaces, that's what we're talking about. A space that you can be real, you can put down your facades, take off the mask, and really have a space that you can talk and receive positive feedback and help in what you're going through. So my next question for you all is, how do family norms and Black culture impact how you have defined and dealt with mental health and wellness?
I'm trying to let somebody else go first.
Can you repeat the question one more time?
Sure. How do family norms and Black culture impact how you have defined and dealt with mental health and wellness?
I'll start. Me personally, I grew up playing basketball, playing sports. I feel like my parents, they weren't strict, but they held me accountable. My brother held me accountable. So for me, in mental health, my family is just so cutthroat. I wish I just knew them. Like, they just so brutal and cutthroat. So for me, it's just like, get the job done. So for me growing up, it was more about achievements. Not too much pressure, but like, I want to be great. Like, I want to be, better than you. I want to be, I know that it takes 2-3 times a better me to be better than an older person, or just things like that. So for me, how I feel like Black families raise their kids to be tough. So my family raised me to be tough, and I'm thankful for it, because I feel like it's helped me navigate in the world And I'm able to take punches and roll with it, take a lot of things to the chin, and continue to grow and focus on my mental health and realize when my mental health is off. But for the most part, I think that growing up tough has helped me just overcome most challenges in life because I just grew up with the mindset that I have no other choice. There's no plan B. Like I have to do this. Like I have to get this done. So I think it's good for a lot of black kids growing up in families that are hard on them. Obviously, you know, it's a thin line between, you know, but I feel like, you know, when families are hard on you and hold you accountable, I feel like it just makes a better you overall. It does depend on how the kid takes the criticism or punishment or whatever you want to call it. But for the most part, for me, the way I grew up, I can't ask for a better way to grow up, you know. So
I would definitely say, in the black household, minority household, having conversations organically about mental health is not something that's always been the case. I do feel like just throughout history and then the struggles that, black and brown people have had to experience, struggle is kind of like our birthright. It's kind of what we're used to. And so when we, especially at our age now and in the generation that we're in now, try to vocalize to our parents, our elders, that we might be going through things mentally, let's be real, they looking at you like, you depressed. And I know we've all heard, go depress them dishes is what you need to do because you got a roof over your head, you got clothes on your back and food to eat. So what is you complaining about? And that's honestly the conversations that's normally had. So I feel like, the conversations surrounding mental health in the black community can be really, really difficult. It's something with my own personal experience of dealing with mental health and the things that I have, had to go through and then having to present those things to my family, it was definitely hard because just going to therapy on my own and kind of understanding and getting a better knowledge base about what I was dealing with and struggling with, which to just be transparent, I have depression and anxiety is something that I deal with. And, trying to have that conversation with my family, it wasn't an easy process. So like I said, kind of knowing what our struggles are in the black home and everything, it's more difficult to be able to bring up and be transparent about mental health in our families. I definitely think that the narrative is changing. Just, as of recently, like we are having more conversations about mental health. Obviously, events and things like we're doing right now is kind of what brings to light these type of conversations. So I think that narrative is changing. But like I said, I don't believe in black households specifically that those conversations happen organically at all. I think that if anything, it's kind of thrown off to the side, or if you say to yourself, or like, hey, I think I might need to go to therapy, or hey, I think I might need to go on medication. It's like, are you crazy? You know what I mean? So it's not there.
I'm 100% with her. I feel like mental health, well, in my personal experience, is like swept underneath the rug. I love my mother. But there was a time when I was younger, and it was like the thought of therapy or going to the mental hospital was like, it made you feel like crazy, based off what she said. Like, there were times where I had my little moments, and my mother was like, you want to go to the mental hospital? Like, I'm supposed to be scared or something. Yes. And speaking from my own experience, last year I ended up going to the mental hospital. And honestly, it wasn't terrible. To be honest, it was not terrible. It took time for me to isolate and get myself and life together. And it's kind of like I wish I knew this at a younger age, that therapy and the mental hospital helps and it benefits. It's nothing to be afraid of. So yes, I feel like I know in my future, I most definitely want to bring that to my household, that talking about your mental health is important and it's okay.
Love all of this, and I would agree with all three of you. I think that teaching your children resilience, as a black parent, I'm a black parent, and I think that that's beautiful. So you called it, growing up with tough love, you were taught to be tough. I think that as long as you're also taught to feel the things, right? I think sometimes we're taught to be tough and numb. or taught to be tough, and we're not ever taught to feel. And that can be very problematic. Maybe not in a professional space, because yeah, you go be successful. Yeah, you go, it's a by any means necessary type of thing, right? I'm gonna get to that bag, I'm gonna be successful, I'm gonna get that job, I'm gonna get whatever. But then you enter a romantic relationship and somebody's like, well, your emotional intelligence is just lacking, or, why don't you show up for me like this? Or why don't you do these certain things? And it's like, dang, I never learned that. And it's wild. I work with 40-plus-year-old men and women who tell me I wasn't allowed to feel. That's not even something that was discussed in my house. Emotions, what? Like you said, you better get to them dishes. Like, what you mean you depressed? You get 3 meals a day. Your clothes are clean. You get driven to school. How dare you, you little ungrateful child, right? We hear these things on a very regular basis. And in 2024, these are not old sayings. One of my goals in life is to break, and I know people are sick of hearing it, but break toxic cycles. A lot of people do things because it is what they knew, right? One thing that I'm so grateful for in this space now is that churches are speaking about mental health. Growing up, I know I was told anytime that I had an issue, it was like, well, did you pray about it? And the first answer is, yeah. But the Bible says prayer without works is death. So I prayed, and now what? Do I just sit here and twiddle my thumbs until something happens? Or do I go and talk to someone? If someone tells you that, they've had this pain in their stomach for, the past 2 months, do you just tell them to pray about it? Or do you say, girl, have you gone to the doctor? Right? When you feel sadness for more than 2 weeks, something's going on. It's not just it's been cloudy for 2 weeks. Okay, well maybe there's something else too. And I think that we are slowly transitioning into maybe we should seek out help. Something I'm curious about, and I don't know, I don't want to take over moderating, but my students tell me often, a lot of them are in therapy. A lot of them are seeking out mental health, whether it's TikTok therapy or real life therapy, right? And they're saying it's becoming very difficult when they go back home during spring break, fall break, Christmas break, all these holidays, summer break, and they're like, I'm healed, or I'm in the process of healing. I'm moving out of the old norm. I don't want to be a part of these same routines anymore because they're not okay. I'm actually not okay with my mom saying this thing that she's been saying to me for 22 years. And I'm realizing that when my friend says that thing, when my romantic partner says that thing, I'm triggered. And now I know why. And when I get home this time, I'm terrified that she's going to say this thing and I might explode. And I'm wondering, how do you all, because it sounds like you all are very familiar and aware of your mental health and where you are and maybe what you need even, when you step back into the space of home or unhealed people, right? Because we all have them in our families. How do we address that? How does that look? And please tell me to stop if you need me to.
This is my co-moderator, Ryan Peterson. Give it up for her, please.
Guys. I would definitely say, and the word that stood out to me as you just said that is boundaries. Just boundaries. That's just all I kept hearing in my brain. Specifically, healthy boundaries, because of course when you're trying to speak on people in your lives, like your family members, your parents, being a young adult, there's levels of respect that you still have to make sure that you're adhering to, but also having boundaries in that you're not accepting things that, like you said, if you're going about your healing process, you've started to learn things about yourself. You started to learn that maybe some things that you've been hearing from the people that were closest to you maybe weren't the healthiest. They might have been toxic things that were going on. Like understanding what healthy boundaries looks like to you, and also kind of accepting the fact that when you put those healthy boundaries into place, that the people who were originally crossing those boundaries are going to have a problem with the fact that you have boundaries. You just have to be okay with that. You have to know that as I decide to put these walls up for myself, people are going to be looking at you like, well, what's wrong with you? All of a sudden now you acting different now, but that's part of what comes with healing. That's part of what comes with growing and maturing is learning what those boundaries are and being able to express that, like I said, in a healthy and respectful way to the people around you.
Thank you so much. I know we're getting close to the end of our time here, so I want to go to one of our online questions if we could, please.
So there are several online comments, so people are intrigued. I just wanted to add a few comments that a couple of them have made. The idea of mental health is not only about quote unquote being crazy. that has to change. My 8-year-old granddaughter has helped me to understand we should start as early as they are capable of comprehending. But first, the parents need to know how to talk about it. So one of the questions was, what can we do as adults to help young adults recognize what is unhealthy behavior on social media? That's the first question. And someone can answer that. And then the second one was, the lack of family support causes people to look to outside influences. What should young people do to learn how to advocate for themselves if they do not have family life support?
Anybody remember the question and can take one or two? One or two? Okay.
No, can we have the first one ready?
The first question is, and who's Kaya? Because that was the first one.
Kyla.
Kyla,
Yes.
what can we do as adults to help young adults recognize what is unhealthy behavior on social media?
Basically off what she was saying earlier, just being mindful if you're following somebody who's not going to help you benefit or get to where you're going, or you keep comparing yourself to them, that's someone you shouldn't be following. I'm gonna stick that with. I'm about to go through all my followers when I get home. But
Audit.
but it's really so like, make sure, as he said earlier, you surround yourself with positive people, because when you're around positive people, it creates a positive mind. So just be aware of your environment and who you're following, and just staying focused on your path in a way. Anybody else want to add on to that?
I would definitely say that, as parents or as adults, things that you could maybe express to your children about what that unhealthy thing looks like, especially on social media, is like, let's talk about what feelings we're getting and what feelings are evoked when you're seeing certain things, right? So if there's a certain account that you're seeing on social media that every time you look on that account, you start getting really deep into the self-comparison, or you start feeling really ugly because you see this person that you're following, you're like, oh my God, they're so pretty, they're so beautiful, and I feel like I'm not. Maybe talking to your children about what feelings are evoked when they're seeing certain things on the accounts that they're following, what they're looking at. What are those feelings that you're having? When those feelings start getting really negative and you start getting really self-conscious and things like that, that is when you need to start shifting. That's when you need to start do not disturbing. That's when you need to start deleting, blocking, and all of that good stuff. So just kind of talking about, for you as yourself, what am I feeling? What is it, positive feelings? If there's accounts that you're following that are positive, and you're seeing things that are making you laugh, that are making you smile, that are making you feel encouraged and inspired, those are the things that you'll want to make sure that you're looking at on a daily basis, right? Instead of the negative.
I will briefly say that I think the genesis of the conversation has to start before your child is handed a cell phone, right? What is friendship? Who in the family makes you feel good? After daycare, my daughter's 2, so I don't really ask her if anything made her feel good. I just say, did you have a good day? But when your child is developmentally ready, I think that it's a great conversation. When they get in the car after school or daycare, the car ride is a great place to have conversations with children. Let me just give that little gem, because there's always a destination. So even if it's a hard conversation, there's going to be an end. So if they need to take a break or something like that, that is a great place to spark conversation. Sorry, God said to say that, so I'm going to say it. Aside from that, I think that, again, that foundational conversation of like, what is a friend? How do you know that someone is good to you? How do you know what loyalty means? How do you know who to trust, right? A few years ago, we did a study on social media and bullying, and how a lot of bullying is not blatant, hey, I don't like you, blah, blah, blah. A lot of times bullying is the 4 of us are in a picture and we only tag 2 of us. That's a sense of bullying. If your child is seeing things like that, that's a problem. These people might not be your friends, right? I see a lot of times comments like, hey, ugly. To y'all, I still don't understand that. Don't call me ugly. But if that's a joke amongst your friends, why is that funny? Those types of comments, I think you should dial in with your children. But something a principal of mine in the past said was handing a child a cell phone without rules, understanding, and expectations is like handing a child a loaded gun. And 13 is a legal age for any child to be on social media. So I heard something about an 8-year-old and tapping into mental health, which is great. But please keep in mind that if you are giving your child access to social media before the age of 13, that is against the law, and you are liable for anything that they do on social media. And I've seen several parents convicted of crimes and bullying and things of that nature because their child was bullying online. So keep that in mind as well.
I hope my daughter heard you say that. She's 11, and I just want to add, because I'm a Black parent, is parents get caught up in comparison as well, because parenting has changed with social media, with technology and things. And so there's this idea of privacy for children now that, you know, when people called me, they had to call the house phone. And so my mom knew who was talking to me. She knew their families and all of that. And so I think we need to remember that, quote, old school parenting is still good parenting. And so children don't need all this privacy. I need to know what you're doing. I need to follow you. I need to look at your posts every now and then. Yep, I'm doing all of that, you know, and also knowing families. No, you can't spend the night. Do I know them? Have we had dinner? You know, and things like that. So just, you know, parents can fall into the trap of comparison because that 8-year-old who's wanting social media probably has 10 friends in class who have Snapchat, TikTok, and everything else. And so then you also have to have the conversation with your child about, you know, being, you know, strong and okay with who they are without those things at times, because it is also hard for the child of the parent who follows rules, you know, so.
Can I throw something in?
Sure.
Affirmations. Affirmation goes a long way. Speak affirmations to your children, to everyone.
Thank you. All right, I know that do we have time for one in-house question? Okay. If anyone has a question in the room, yes, ma'am. Please stand for us. Thank you.
So how do I instill and not go back to how I raised my kids? And when I was raised, it's my way or no way. So what do I do to make that better with my daughter and my grandkids?
I love that question. I think that at 2, it's a little difficult. Again, I'm a mother of a 2-year-old. But something that my daughter Logan and I do every morning and every night, so we do what I call mirror work. So in the mornings when we wake up, we say, good morning, I am blessed, I am beautiful, I am enough. And she's 2, so her language, you know, hers is more like I'm blessed, you know, it's cute. But a lot of people, I think we have this like mentality of waiting. Like, oh, well, when they're 10, I'll talk to them. No, girl, start now. As soon as your child understands language, do it now. And I think that you mentioned it perfect, like those affirmations, you know, bring them down to a very, you know, elementary level. I am enough. I am smart. What did they say in The Help? You was kind, you was smart, you was important, right? She was doing affirmations with that baby. And she understood that baby was empowered, and when she left her, she felt it. She was like, wait, she's my safe space, going back to what you said. The second portion of your question, I think, is a beautiful question, and it shows your growth and wanting to do better. I don't think there's anything wrong with the idea of, I know what's right, so I'm going to tell you to do that. However, I do think we can take it a step further. Instead of saying, because I said so, we can say, don't touch that, it's hot, and if you touch it, it's going to burn you. And grandma can put Neosporin on the things, I can put a Band-Aid on it, but I can't stop, it's going to hurt. So the choice is yours, child. Touch it if you want to, but I don't think you should, because it's going to burn you. I know that a lot of black parents, my mama, my daddy, my grandmama, all of them, they would be like, explain myself to you. How dare you ask me why? However, I watch them with my daughter, and they literally explain everything to her. And it is the most beautiful thing I've ever seen. I hate it, you know, because my childhood wasn't that way. However, I think that we have to get out of this concept of like, I don't have to explain anything to you. You're a child, I'm an adult. No, they're a little human and you're a big human. That's it. I've had 1 year experience being a 36-year-old. My daughter has 1 year experience being a 2-year-old. We are the same. I've had more life experience, and therefore I can warn her and prepare her for certain things. But she doesn't have any less of a right to understand why she's being asked to do a thing. Do I think you always need to answer why? No. Sometimes it's get your butt in here, because look, now. I said what I said, now do the things. But I think that sometimes we have to feel our heartstrings and listen. If a child is asking why or they want to understand, I don't think there's anything wrong with explaining. Again, going back to the Bible, because I do love the Lord. My people fail due to a lack of knowledge. And that doesn't mean my people once they turn 12. That means my people, my people, my people. So at 2, if your grandchild is old enough to understand and to cognitively wrap her brain around what you're saying, then explain it. It's wild that a lot of times we don't realize that little explanation at 2, 3, 4 can prevent them from doing something at 12, 13, 14. And I'll stop.
And of course, I have to add, it's okay to apologize to children. I think that's a big thing, and your children and people in general. I think a lot of times as parents and adults, it flows from the do what I say because I said it, and when you're wrong, it's like, oh well. But it's okay to say, I apologize, and I hurt your feelings. I really didn't mean that. And apologies can build different strengths in your children as well to help them throughout life. All right, I know we have one more question in the room. Yes, we can. Could you please stand up? I'm sorry. Thank you. I want to make sure our online viewers can hear your good words as well. Thank you so much.
Okay. So what I was saying, because social media is such a part of who this generation is and who we are, you need to think about your digital wellness and your digital well-being. So when we talk about the well-being wheel, where it talks about psychological, emotional, spiritual, and all those aspects, think about your digital wellness, because it has a lot to do with what you think of yourself because of that comparison. So if it means, hey, saying I'm only going to stay on the internet for 20 minutes or what have you. So practicing those boundaries in your digital well-being, basically.
If we have just one more second, I wanted to just make an additional comment to our last question, which is basically piggybacking off of what you said. But I think in regards to, just your children and everything, making sure that you're creating and having a safe space, genuinely, because I heard that word said, and I just wanted to emphasize it. I think that's really, really important. And allowing them the opportunity to express themselves and their emotions to you. Of course, there are some things, that just are what they are, and that's understandable, but to an extent as well. And even 2 years old, because I do have daycare experience, so working with kids and knowing, they'll come up to you if somebody's made them upset or if they're sad about something. And if you actually allow them the space to explain what's going on, they are going to give you a storyline of everything that's making them upset, why they're upset, who did it to them, and all that. So even in her adolescence now, and then as she continues to grow into an adult, allowing her that comfortability and that space to be able to talk to you about the things that are bothering her, I feel like that as well can kind of prevent a lot of things that happen on social media and things that kind of happen behind the scenes that a lot of kids don't talk to their parents about. Parents will end up looking up and you're like, well, my child is in this whole situation that I never even knew anything about because, I'm kind of blindsided by this thing. But if you allow them the space to feel comfortable to come and connect with you and to talk to you and to share their genuine feelings about things, I feel like it can prevent a lot of that blindsidedness that might come, when things happen in a child's life.
Thank you so much. And it's okay, parents, to say, hey, I need a moment to reflect on that before we talk. So,
Kim, I just want to ask one.
Yes.
This is, I think, a big question. What age would you suggest giving kids a choice to let them steer things?
Steer? Is that what you said?
Steer things to make their own, pretty much to make their own choices that will less likely make them buck against the system. So what age, you all gave such great advice, but what age would you say?
I just want to be blatantly honest. That is a very loaded question. Yeah, I know 8-year-olds who run households and cook and clean and get all the children to school. 8 for them. I know 12-year-olds and 15-year-olds who don't know how to wash their clothes or do anything. So I think that you have to gauge your child's developmental level. I think that when your child is showing you that they are thoroughly understanding the lessons in which that you've taught them, that they are capable of making good decisions, they're capable of discerning who's good for them and who's not good for them. That's a really, really, really hard question. I'm trying to like come up with a number in my mind, and I'm not coming up with a number. 12 is what the Bible says if we want to go back to the Bible.
And I think, I mean, you think about it, as adults, we still need our parents. So I don't know that there's a full age that makes it like you're okay to steer, because even at my non-young adult age, I don't always know how to steer. My dad's in the audience. I might say, hey, Dad, what do you think about this? My older sisters, hey, sis, what do you think? You know, when my mom was living, called her every day. So, you know, I think with ages, you know, and children and their maturity, individuals and their maturity levels and experiences may help shape what's appropriate for each individual as well.
I would definitely say as early as you can as well. And I would just say as early as you can, because as long as it's in a contained environment of there being like, it depends on what your definition fully of steer looks like anyways. Because I feel like, you know, at a young age, you can tell your kid like, hey, I'll give you the autonomy to pick out what you're gonna wear today. And then you're kind of growing a sense of maturity and independence kind of along the way. So by the time they're 12 or 15, then there's, you know, you hit advance that into something else. I'll allow you the autonomy to do this thing. And then you get 16 to 18, okay, I'll allow you the autonomy to do this. And then it's just, like I said, in a contained environment. And I feel like as long as that's the case and you kind of do it throughout time, they'll be able to kind of develop this sense of independence and maturity that'll allow them to make healthier decisions along the way.
That's great, and they won't come to college and wild out.
Right.
When you give them little bites of independence and autonomy along the way, they know what that feels like, they know what that looks like. In their freshman year across the street or here at Bennett, they're not like, woo, I'm free. No, you've been free. And now you know how to handle that and won't succumb to peer pressure and all the craziness.
F-R-E-E. All right, so we are running into our resource and refreshment break, so I just want to let everybody know, and see, this is why I love young adults, because you ask them questions, they're going to answer you. They're going to tell you the real. And so I appreciate everyone's authenticity here today. I appreciate your We'll begin grief. It's personal here in the multi-purpose room, and there will be a session on self-care matters, giving yourself grace and space in the lecture hall that's right across the other side of the hallway. So please be sure to check the resource tables, find something that can be useful to you, and information there. Also, we have our food truck, Soulful Plate, outside, so if you need some lunch, go outside and get yourself something to eat. The truck is pulled up right behind me that way. All right, so my closing question, I'd like two of you to answer. What advice would you give to other young adults struggling with their mental health? And then two of you to take, what can we each do to help young adults with their mental health? So again, you know, we're about resources, advocacy, helping others. So we want some advice for those young adults at home, and we want advice for those of us who want to help you be well. So 2 and 2.
I would say advice for young adults is to not be too hard on yourself, because like we all said earlier, we just got out of college, so our expectations are so high. So just don't be too hard on yourself. Continue to you know, get advice from your elders or your mentors or people who care for you. Surround yourself with people who want to achieve the same goal or are on the same path. Because I feel like at this age, I'm 25, so at this age, I'm at the age where I'm like weaving in and out of relationships, you know, seeing what's right for me, seeing what's not. You know, I'm getting older, seeing, you know, I'm growing. So I feel like we're all growing now, so things are going to change. So don't be afraid to change. Don't be afraid to embrace change or discomfort. You know, and I would just say continue to always find time for yourself, because that me time is so important for your growth. And it's so important for your soul and your spirit. So that's all I would say. Just, you know, keep your family close. Continue to navigate. Don't be scared to take risks, because you know, that's how you grow. Don't be scared to be uncomfortable, because that's how you grow.
I would definitely say, and I'll answer that question as well, just give yourself grace. God, give yourself grace. That is probably one of the biggest things that I would say, and one of my biggest lessons over the past few years is how important it is to know and understand for yourself that in these young adult years that we're going through and that we're experiencing, us falling on our heads and figuring things out and doing things that we don't like and doing things that we do like and figuring out who we are as people, that is exactly what you were supposed to be doing. And having to understand and accept that this is exactly what I'm supposed to be doing. This is exactly where I am supposed to be in this phase and in this stage of my life right now. I am not supposed to have it all figured out in my early 20s. I'm just not. Like, that is a fact. So being able to give yourself that grace for sure. I would also say to take the time to do the inner work with yourself, to really prioritize understanding your mental health for yourself, understand and do the work. And like I said, it's not going to be cute work. I know a lot of people like to make things out to be like mental health is all self-care days and cuteness and everything, and it's not. It could be going to therapy. It could be being in therapy, snotting, crying, trying to work through your traumas and things that have been bothering you for years. Just do the work to understand yourself, understand who you are, understand and learn, as well as creating boundaries for yourself, because that's going to be really important as you continue to grow into your adulthood. So just really understanding what that looks like for you, accepting who you are, and also understanding as well that you know yourself better than anyone. Of course, you can continue to take advice, and I would encourage taking advice from the people around you, your elders, people that have had more years of experience in life than you, but also understand that when you're making your life decisions, that those are your decisions to make. It is your life that you're living. You know what makes you happy. You know, God, the Holy Spirit, you know, or however you want to look at the universe, will speak to you internally as you know the things that bring you happiness, that bring you joy, the dreams that you have, your desires, the things in your heart, you know. And so stay true to that and really kind of rest on that, resonate with that, and don't let other people or other things or anyone else try to sway you outside of what you know to be true for yourself.
Thank you so much. All right, so by a process of elimination, you all just give a quick advice to people on how they help young adults be mentally well.
You said help?
How others can help young adults, yes.
Just reaching out. No matter the person's mood, they always say the happiest ones are the ones that really need the help. So just being there for other people, make sure you have your resources, do your research so you can help that person. You don't want to go empty-handed. Make sure you have your resources. And just be open-minded. Don't cut off people and assume or try to think for them. So just be open-minded and have your resources.
Thank you.
Yep, I think that's beautiful. I think listening is the biggest thing. Shut up.
God gave us 2 ears and 1 mouth for a reason.
Shut up and listen.
Thank you all for your very patient ears with us as we lended our time into the next area. But thank you all for your wisdom and, again, your openness with us today. Can we get a hand for this wonderful panel?
We have gathered so much information today. I hope that you will share this information. I hope that you have become more aware of everything that has caused us all to know that we all have a mental health journey. It's just not one-sided with someone who's been diagnosed with a mental illness. We all, if you are living and breathing, you have a mental health journey. What are you doing about it? Okay, thank you so much, and we'll see you guys soon. Stay tuned. We're going to invite our panelists up to come and join us. And first, we're going to call up, first I want to make sure everyone's here. There she is, Maria Hicks Few. Give her a hand. Mr. Charles Whitfield. I'm just going to give you all a little intro of God always has jokes about grief, because that is not my favorite topic at all. And I'll probably say it's not many of ours, but I did experience a loss in 2021 with my nephew who died by way of suicide. And so when I say to the least, he was my nephew's son. And it's one of those areas that, you know, it's a constant healing process. So if you're in the room, there are many levels and many experiences of grief. But hopefully our panelists are going to give us some interesting perspectives and hopefully some coping mechanisms along with sharing their story and their journey about grief. So we're going to give you all a moment to introduce yourself. Well, Miss Maria, welcome, and please introduce yourself.
All right, thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Maria Hicks Few. Let's see, where do I start? I'm a native of Greensboro. I attended the Ben L. Smith High School, and I'm also an Aggie, and I also graduated from UNCG. So I have been a local girl all my life, and my family, born and raised here. My parents are from High Point and Greensboro, kind of combined, so I am a Triad girl. I currently work for the city of Greensboro. I'm the Chief Equity and Engagement Officer for the city of Greensboro, and I also teach adjunct at the North Carolina Agriculture and Technical State University in political science. So I'm married. I have my hubby, my daughter, my bonus son, and my mommy living with me. So we have a ball in that house, y'all. It's something going on all the time. So I think, yeah, that's it. I'm a dance mom and a cheer mom, and glad to be here.
Well, thank you so much. All right, Mr. Charles Whitfield, please introduce yourself.
Hello, everyone. My name is Charles Whitfield, and also a native of Greensboro. Went to Providence Baptist Church through my whole life, basically. I live in Charlotte now. Went to Aycock Junior High, Page High School, NCCU Eagle as well. But now work for Lowe's Companies, Inc. In Charlotte, and have a wife and married 25 years, another Eagle, and I have a 12-year-old daughter. Have a dog that's 2 years old, and a 93-year-old mom who grew up here in Greensboro, actually went here to Bennett College, but moved my parents to Charlotte. My dad passed away in 2018, so that's my form of grief. And a week after his passing, actually leaving his cemetery, I was in a very serious car accident 1 week from leaving. First time I actually went to his cemetery the week after he passed. So just have some, a lot of coping mechanisms that I've dealt with grief. Have a ton of people close that have passed away either through cancer, through suicide, just different forms of life. So just through it, just try to maintain and do what I can. So always try and encourage and give back, especially to young people when I can, because you just never know what someone's going through.
That's awesome. Thank you so much for sharing. So before we dive into really some of the questions that I have, I really wanted to talk about and ask you all the question. Grief can come in so many ways. What are some of the ways that grief can stand out and beyond death? And I just wanted to speak to that just a little bit.
That's a good question. I actually thought about that this week because my aunt, it just comes in waves, it seems like. My aunt passed last week. And for me, it comes with anger sometimes and, and frustration, because just when it seems like, because Charles and I have a very similar story, because my dad did too pass as well during COVID, and now I'm taking care of my mom, but just when you think you're getting over one thing, another thing comes up. And I've had so many friends to get ill, to become ill, and to actually pass away that I had no idea were even sick. And just when I'm getting over one, it seems like I get an announcement about someone else. So for me lately, and I'll be honest, it's anger and frustration, how I've seen grief show up for me.
Okay. Charles?
I definitely agree with the anger part, but also sometimes questioning. You obviously, put this thing in God's hand, but a former coworker of mine at the radio station in Charlotte where I worked lost her 18-year-old son about 3 weeks ago in Columbia, South Carolina. Rising senior, was actually at a graduation celebration, not at a club, but at a restaurant. And individuals got in a shooting at the restaurant, and 50 shots rang out. This young man was a rising senior, literally turned 17 2 days prior, and he was the only one to lose his life. And so sometimes when things happen, you kind of question, why. God doesn't make mistakes, but it makes you really question, why was it this young man's time? Why was he the only one out of 50 shots? No one's been arrested. So now you have a family, and at his funeral, his mom got up and spoke and said, it was tough for her to get up, but she said, I don't want another mom sitting in this front row like me. So almost saying, hey, let's stop the violence for the young people. And so at the end of the day, anytime you can, have a voice to try and tell young people to not turn to violence, to look for other outlets, look for mentors, look for therapy, it's your responsibility, I feel, to do that.
Okay, so that's interesting. You would bring up the trauma of somebody being killed, and then, of course, it all can be trauma depending upon who you are. But it's interesting how people label, and there's a stigma between different types of grief. So and I've heard this, and you all can tell me how you feel about this, is someone who passes away at 95 years old, may grieve differently in the world status to someone who lost a child that was 3 years old.
They lived a good life, is what I usually do.
Right. So how would you talk to someone about how to be sensitive to not comparing levels of grief?
I can take that. I think it depends on the individual and the relationship you may have with that individual, and how comfortable you are having that real conversation. My coworker is one that's very, close to me, and one I'm currently dealing with. But when my father passed away in 2018, which prior to COVID, but the way God works, I truly believe if he had been around during COVID, he probably would have took not only himself out, he probably would have took my mom out too, who's 92. And so, but with someone, to your point, my dad lived a good life, very good life, but someone 17 who's just getting started, sometimes it's tough to find those words to say, because sometimes you're still trying to figure out why. And so I think, to me, it depends on the individual, depends on the relationship you have, and it also, I think, depends on their faith and how strong they tend to lean on their faith.
And I agree with that as well. I will say that was very aggravating for me, where people would come up to me and say, well, your dad, he was 90 years old. One thing, he lived a good life. And I was like, but that doesn't make the grief any less, because I lost my father, And so I think, we just need to make sure that we're there for people at all times. We ask people how they're doing, how they feel. And as you said earlier, grief ebbs and flows. And I didn't even have a chance to grieve for my father. Some in the room that were around me, Kim and Dr. Keisha, know I actually had like a cheerleading tournament that same week that I went to with my daughter. We put my dad in the ground, and then the very next day I went back to work and had new employee orientation. And then I took some time off because it was around Christmas, but I'm still in the grieving process 4 years later because I didn't stop and breathe. So I think it is all about the conversation, the faith, and making sure you're there for that person at all times.
That's so good. That's so good. I want to ask you all if you want to share maybe the grief experience that you all have had recently that impacted you the way it has, and then how have you coped since then? And Maria, this is a good one for you because You just said you didn't even have time. So you're still walking that process, but what are you doing to help you walk through that process?
Right. And for me, one of the things I did, it was sort of avoidance, because I didn't cry. I was kind of that rock of the family. I showed no emotion. I didn't cry. I didn't do anything. But oddly enough, I found time to write a book. So I did put all of my emotions, all of my feelings, all of that anger I was talking about into a book, because 2 years prior to my dad passing, I was actually surviving breast cancer. And today I'm a 5-year breast cancer survivor. But I would say, oh, thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. But I was actually caring for my ill father up until his passing and still going through breast cancer treatment. So for me, the lethargic part was to write that book and to get my emotions out and to go on speaking engagements and talk to people. That's how I coped with it. But I really didn't cry. And I don't know if something's wrong with me or what, but I had a cry or two, but like a breakdown and a cry, that still hasn't happened. I haven't had time.
Haven't had time.
So
would you recommend that people take the time?
Absolutely. And I did, we were talking earlier about the best therapists need therapists. I also am avoiding, going back to therapy, I think deep down in my heart, because I'm blaming it on I don't have time, but I need to go see somebody and to talk. I really do.
That's really good. We're going to be your support system and encourage you to go and get the help that you need, right? Okay, so Charles, what about you and your experience, and how have you coped?
Similar to her, I actually, when my father passed in 2018, the week he passed, preparing the service, we were living in Charlotte at the time. Service was here in Greensboro. The week after, like I said, that week after is when I had my car accident. So I went from the week after is when you really, because that whole week you're in the process, it's almost like a fall. But that next week is when you really sit down and have time. Then I went from starting to grieve to trying to live. And so to your point, having the time to cry, same way. I honestly have not did it. But part of the reason, me and my brother moved my parents to Charlotte was for health care. I was telling, Mike Humphrey, who's a brother I grew up with here, I was in Charlotte, funny enough, going to a CIAA party when I was working in a radio station. I get a call from my mom saying your father's fell in Greensboro. I immediately come up here. No disrespect to health system or anything, but that day in the emergency room, it was a Saturday where most people go. We sat in that emergency room for 5 hours before he even got seen. And I remember telling my brother, hey, we got to get them down here because we have some good hospital relationships in Charlotte where that can't happen because they might not have that 5 hours. And so from us, convincing my mom, who my mom and dad, all they knew was Greensboro, grew up here, Bennett, A&T, the church, the Y, Hayes Taylor, that's all they knew. But they trusted us to move. But from the time my dad got there, when he got sick, when my mom would have sick, we had great healthcare partners that we helped them get through it. So when my dad passed, I felt like we gave him the best chance from a healthcare system to live. And so at the end of the day, when he did pass at 87, it was his time. And so I challenge everybody, you gotta take time to grieve, and it could come in many different ways. One of my close friends was 36 and passed from cancer. That hit me, I still think about him every day. He passed 7 years ago. And so certain times I do think some of it has to do with the age of it, and also where you are in your life at that situation as well. With my parents, my dad was ready. And here my mom had been married 65 years. My mom knew to the day how long they had been together. She can still recite it to this day. But her being around in 92, he's living through us. And when I come back to Greensboro, I live in Charlotte now. When I come to Greensboro, I always make sure I go and visit him. And that's my way of just paying homage to him and thanking him for raising me.
Thank you for sharing. Would you say that you sought out or are seeking out resources and support, or do you feel like you are prolonging that, or you immediately are jumping right in? Like, even knowing that you were coming up to have this conversation today, what thoughts went through your head in regards to what resources are out there or what support systems are out there, or have you even thought about it?
Well, for me, I think it is fresh because, like I said, my aunt just passed last week, and I'm actually, family is something, y'all, that's all I can say. Woo, we have had a time this last week, but we are finally there where her celebration of life is this Saturday. But I think, you know, it's fresh again for me because my uncle didn't have any children. And so in COVID time, I had to bury my uncle in April. Then my dad passed that December. And then now, almost 4 years later, my aunt has passed, and I've had to help with everything. So like I said before, it's just brought back up all of the things. But one of the things that I will say, get your house in order, everybody. Do not have your policies. Do not have I was that person, I was scared to death. I ran from it like a track star. I was like, I don't want to talk about it. I don't want to think about it, especially with my parents, and I have older parents. So I should have had it at the front of my mind, but it took them both getting sick and being in rehab in 2019 for me to finally get my house in order. But I didn't even know, does anybody know what a pre-meet is? I said I'm going to put that on Facebook and take a poll. If you do not feel like going the distance, you can work with a funeral home and prepay for the information that you need, the plot, the casket, the funeral directors, everything, and work directly with the funeral home. I had no idea about that until this week with my aunt. So people are scared still, especially African Americans and brown people are scared to talk about death, and we must talk about it because I can't leave. I have a 12-year-old daughter as well. I was determined when I was going through breast cancer, I was not going to leave my husband and my daughter and my elderly mother with a mess, trying to find a policy. So I went out. I have my my grave out at Lakeview. I went and I'm paying on it right now, so it will be paid for. Now, yes, I'm bougie. When they told me the difference, I said, so you mean it's a little bit more for me to get this mausoleum than it is for me to be in that ground? Mausoleum for $5,000, please. So, you know, but it's being paid for now, and that's the important thing. And I think that's the thing, resources-wise. Talk to the people at the funeral homes. Talk to the people at the graves and the what are those places called? Yes, there you go. Talk to those people, and they can help you. They can guide you in the right direction, or an attorney, an estate and planning attorney. But those resources are amazing. And get your house in order. That's my main thing.
I definitely second that. My mom was a school teacher here in Greensboro, first grade school teacher. So literally, fortunately, when they had planned everything, when my dad passed, Charles Cooter, Perry J. Brown came to Charlotte, came to pick my dad up. Literally, only thing we had to do was pick out his suit and pick out his casket. And they had everything at the cemetery planned out, the plot planned out, and so what that made me do is get my house in order, seeing them. And so from, I was talking to another friend, which is one way of therapy for me living in Charlotte, coming back to Greensboro, actually just driving up from Charlotte is therapy for me. Because I always know when I come back, I'm gonna see somebody that I knew or grew up with. The Perkins are back there, their son Jordan spoke on the panel. His dad was one of the guys helped raise me playing ball in the Y. Robin Campbell, who's my classmate from ACOC to Page to now she's at A&T, but I'm 55. And so when you get to that age, it's literally, my mom calls me and my brother the parents now. And so one, it's truly paying it forward. And so I have a 12-year-old and she's seeing the relationship that, one, it's a blessing that my mom's 92, able to give that wisdom to my 12-year-old, but she's actually able to see how we care for our parents, because that's what she's going to be doing. Yeah. And so one, to her point, you got to get your house in order, but it's also so important just to live life. And so through COVID, coming out of COVID, people sat in the house for 2 years. And now it's just getting back. It's great for me just for what Tanya and them are doing for a conference like this. It's not 1,000 people in here. It should be, but it's not. But just the fact that you see if it's 50 in here. If you're touching one person and what they're going through, because at the end of the day, as I tell people, just seeing people out and about and just fellowshipping with people, that's from a mental standpoint stimulating just to come up to a parking lot and see cars out here. Because for 2 years, all people had was those close to them. And so now just being out and about and just seeing stuff and not taking things for granted, where I don't think people took life for granted prior to COVID, but that's something that no one can control. That I was sitting here listening to the music playing, artists I was fortunate to work with at Hidden Beach, which is a whole nother life with Jill Scott. And so Golden was on. That song is a record I've helped work on, and we had so many people through that contemplating suicide, contemplating divorce. A song like that helped them get through. And so one, you find the little nuggets in each thing that can help you sustain and help you keep moving. And to me, just a simple ride on the highway. But one, knowing I'm going to see, not knowing who, but Robin, Hump, Reggie and his wife in the back, just people that you know that really invest in you and care about you, and you're not afraid to talk and to open up. Because I think that's the biggest thing, is not being afraid. Whatever questions you have, as she mentioned, going through it right now, which I applaud you, prayers for you, that you're burying a relative on Saturday. So it doesn't get more realer than that. When you talk about grief, here's someone right beside us, able to talk and pass out wisdom, but grieving herself. That's as real as it gets.
So good. Thank you all so much for sharing. I want to just talk about when you spoke, Maria, of like we all made the laugh about having your stuff together. Do you think, as we're here at a mental health awareness conference, do you think that having the conversations with family members, your 12-year-old, about being prepared, having that pre-meet, will help the mental state of her as she grows older or begins to experience death and loss? Do you think that that plays a part in the wholeness and the healing of grief?
Yes, I do. And I do think, it was so ironic because she came in last Saturday, and I was like, do I tell her about my Aunt Maxine or what? Because, she knew my aunt, and, we said they act alike, which is a whole nother story. But I said, you know what? I have grown-up conversations with her because of what she's been through with me and with my dad. And so I pulled her in, and I said, guess what? And she was like, what, Mommy? And I said, Aunt Maxine passed. She said, really? Was she okay or was she sick? I mean, and we had a legit grown-up conversation about what happened. So I'm at the point
First
now.
of all, I
with
want
my
to say,
daughter.
did you say guess what?
Guess what? No, I didn't.
Okay.
I didn't.
I'm just asking because,
didn't.
if you think about, okay.
I didn't, because literally, which I didn't say, and I told some people today, because I too know some folks in the room, my aunt literally was going through some health issues, and she went to the doctor the day before the 3rd, and she went to the doctor at 9, didn't make it into the doctor, and sat in her car at the doctor's office all day long. Nobody paid, knock, knock, are you okay, lady? So she sat from like 9 in the morning to 3, 4 in the afternoon before we found her. Exactly. So, that in itself, I'm trying to find my mindset about that. That I think out of everything, the fact that she's gone, but the fact of how she left, I think is what I'm grieving the most. And I told my daughter, and 5 years ago, well, she was younger, but I wouldn't have told her everything. But I feel now, in order for them to accept it, because I am a survivor, but I am a realist, anything could happen to me or her dad. So I want her to be prepared for a grown-up conversation when death comes. I'm not sugarcoating it like Santa Claus. So I just want her to know exactly what the deal is. And we had a good conversation, and she understands.
That's good. Charles?
Yeah, I think that is important. To her point, it's funny how, not funny, but a lot of similarities. I have a 12-year-old, and so one, she's seen a lot of death from my dad passing, my father-in-law passing, uncles passing, from different, a lot of it's from cancer, but you're surprised at how smart these young people are, and you're able to have real conversations. They're able to absorb what's happening, and I think it's important to have them, and important is why I want my daughter to spend as much time with my mom as possible, just so she can soak up that wisdom of going to HBCU. No disrespect to the AKAs, love them to death. My mom's a Delta. She started giving my daughter elephants when my daughter was 3 years old. And was like, what's that? I said, you'll understand. But I love AK. I got a ton of AK. I told all my AK friends that was going that way. No choice. And so one, it's through those experiences.
Charles, speaking to Mike.
It's through those experiences that you appreciate all situations, but appreciate the HBCU life, getting that type of experience. I went to Central. My mom and dad met when they were at A&T and Bennett, and so it's something about the whole HBCU. So even when Tanya was saying she was having this at Bennett, that was symbolic for me because this is where my mom went. I went to nursery school right at the Bennett Nursery School, and so if it wasn't for my mom being 92, it being 90 degrees out here, my mom would have been in that car with me today. But sometimes when it's easier to road trip by yourself. And today was one of those days. And so I just tell people I share as much as I can, with my daughter. My daughter's a bright 12-year-old. I was telling Robin, my daughter I'm very proud of her. She made straight A's for the whole school year. She just finished 6th grade. I was telling Robin, I said, I never made straight A's on one report card. In the right class, I was happy pulling a C. But it's the nature of, if she got a C, she's going to fight the teacher. But it's that mentality of what our young people can handle, and grief is certainly a part of it. And we always try and explain to her whether it was an illness, just like she actually went with me to the funeral service for the young man that was 17. Because that was the first time she had been to a funeral of someone that was under 20. And it was important for me to show her. We looked at it on the news, we read about it, so she can understand this was an accident and it wasn't a natural passing.
Thank you for sharing. So I know that right now we don't have a clinician per se on the panel, but what I would like to know is how important do you feel it is for people to get professional help? Oh, extremely. So let me put a part 2 in there. Okay, part 2. Also, why do you think people don't?
Okay. One excuse is what I said, they don't have time. I think the stigma, like I said earlier, in the Black and brown community is still there, and I think people just feel like therapy. I don't need therapy. I had someone tell me that this week at work. I don't need therapy. And I'm like, but we have excellent benefits, and you don't even have to pay the copay for the first 6, or how many is it, Robin? 6, 12, 5. So, it's very easy to go. They even have online therapy now where you don't even have to leave your house or your office. But I just think that stigma is there where people make excuses, and they also feel as though just because mom and dad or grandma and grandpa didn't do it and they got through it, that I don't have to do it either. And I'm witness to that. I said it. So, y'all are going to guilt trip me with my words, and I'm going to call a therapist as soon as I leave here. Call EAP. So, because I know I need to go. I need to go.
No, I definitely second that. And I think the therapy is key, and just for your mental health. And actually, from when I had my car accident, the gentleman that hit me passed away. So I had survivor's remorse. So I went to therapy around that, but then that also helped me deal with the therapy of grieving for my dad as well. And I tell people all the time, to her point, a lot of, especially in the Black and brown community, one, we think we don't need it. We don't think we have time. I think it's the most important thing you do is prioritize your mental health, and especially what we're going through right now, because everyone on the outside can look a certain way, but may really be going through something inside. And it's having those tough conversations with people to say it's okay not to be okay. And I think a lot through what's happened with COVID and different things, people just would shut off things and not make it a priority. And I think at the end of the day, nothing's more important than your mental health.
And if I could say one more thing too, even though I am not currently in counseling, one of the things, and y'all may think I'm strange, but I am a Facebook, Instagram person, but especially Facebook. But there are a lot of support groups on Facebook that I do take advantage of. And my mother is in like stage 6, 6B or so of dementia. And there is an excellent one, I Am GERT. And her mom, they're in California and they are going through, and one thing she said the other day that really, really hit home, I'm also grieving the loss of my mother now while she's alive, because my mother is not the mother of 2, 3, 4, 5, 10 years ago, because I can't go and ask my mom, well, what do you think about this every day? So really, I am constantly every day grieving. But that Facebook group with her and another one, I refer that to other people, and that also helps. Doesn't take the place of a therapist, but at least when I'm up at 2 o'clock in the morning thinking, I get on Facebook and I'm like, oh, they thought the same thing I thought the other day. So I wanted to add that as well.
That's so good, because there are support groups beyond when you don't have time or take the time to go see a therapist or, a clinical licensed counselor. Guess what? There are podcasts. There are support groups. And they are there for you. And sometimes you're not ready for the one-on-one, but just coming and sitting and listening to a support group of others of what you've been through is such a great asset to your mental health and your journey. So I'm going to put a spin on things a little bit. And if there's any questions from the audience, please, by all means, just let us know. Okay. Yes? Hold on 1 second for me.
My question is, do you think you grieve differently for someone who passed away from maybe a natural cause or accident than from someone who committed suicide?
You know what? I'll take that one. And that's a tough one. I played basketball at North Carolina Central, where Jordan played. While I was in school, after we got out of school, one of my teammates did commit suicide. And I know your husband's a Kappa back there. The brother was a Kappa. And you probably might even remember DJ Reggie. His name was DJ Jackson. Life of the party. When we won the national championship in '89, no lie, we had a party at this dude's house from March to May, every night. And he was the life of the party. But as we got older, and I think that's why it's so important with mental health, where you never know where someone's really at in life. Through life, he went through things after school. We all stayed in contact. It's a beautiful thing now. I'm on as you said, on Facebook. I'm a Facebook and IG person too, but we have a group text of 19 of my Central teammates at some point. We're all on a group text right now. When somebody does something great, we know about it. When somebody passes, we know about it. But back to DJ, whatever he was going through, committed suicide in his backyard with his kids in the house. And he was somebody, I was a couple years older than me in school, I really looked up to. That hurt me. And one, couldn't judge anyone because you can't, but I did grieve him different. I still grieve him different because to me, he had a choice. And the fact that he was that comfortable, don't know all the situations why, but he was that comfortable, whatever he was going through, to do that, knowing his kids could find him, I still can't. So to your point, Ms. Perkins, I do look at him different. Nothing, I love him still, but that's a tough one on me. And not being clinically sound to say, to this day, I still do.
That's good. I want to address that for one aspect is I am a mental health first aid and a mental health coach. And so one of the things that we don't know, and I learned this, there's a stigma attached to words. Words matter. And so just for educational purposes, where I had to sit in a space, we are taught to say died by way of suicide or lost their life by way of suicide because they didn't commit a crime. And so I had to learn that, and I was shocked because I lost my nephew by way of suicide. But I didn't used to say that in 2021 until I learned how words matter, and it does speak volumes to individuals who are coping with their mental health. But I also wanted to address the fact that I do know that there is a difference by all means, but I'm just going to bring out the You Good t-shirts and the You Good wear. Because that is something that we have to do as a community. Because one of the things that I thought about is some people are grieving more than death. And that's where I wanted to put a spin on it, because death is not the only area of grief. And so hosting grief sessions and workshops, I've come to learn that everybody that comes to grief, you're grieving before you even get to the part of death in so many areas. And so I see we had a question, so I'm going to go ahead and let you answer, but maybe you can tag on to our comment, and I want to put a spin on the question of grief of what areas do you think people grieve beyond death?
Just a brief comment about what you said about suicide, CC, that from a clinical standpoint, just that when a person does take their life, if you look at suicide like a disease, just like cancer has its transfers, diabetes, stroke, if you could look at suicide as a disease, depression left untreated can result in suicide. So if you look at it from that standpoint, the psychiatrist that I work with kind of explained that to me. When we checked all the boxes, we did all the things, but the person still took their life. So think about it as mental illness or depression left untreated, and it resulted in suicide.
Thank you so much for sharing. So as we wrap up this session, I would like to ask Maria and Charles just to really share with us what is the best way that you could recommend to people to cope with grief. And then also, I had another question, but so I'm gonna tie it in, okay? Because one of the things you did bring out, Charles, yes, I got 5 minutes, right? Oh, okay. Okay, before you do, Tanya, one of the things you brought out was the healthcare and how you had, and you brought it out as well, as if your loved one would have gotten to another facility, or if they would have received the appropriate health care, you know, maybe their longevity would have, their life would have had more longevity. So I'll wait and ask that question, and Tanya, we'll go ahead and let you ask, and then we'll go back. We'll come back.
Okay, yes, there's a question from our online audience that says, can we talk about grieving the loss of relationships, jobs, deals, freedom, dignity, etc.?
Okay, for the sake of time that I thought we didn't have, that was the spin I was going to put on grief, because so many people don't know how to cope with that. So how would you all answer that question?
At one time, a few years ago, I had kind of all of those wrapped up into one. So, you know, I had got laid off from my job. I was transitioning in a relationship prior to my husband now, y'all. And, you know, it was just a lot going on. I had to let some friends go in my life. So, you know, how you cope with it is not to retreat on the inside. I have my good girlfriends. I have, you know, my church family at WVICC at World Victory. I also have, you know, my sorority, those AKAs that we were talking about a little while ago. So if you have a circle, use your tribe. Talk to people, network with people. I was just talking to someone in this room earlier who was talking about they were transitioning and work. And I was like, why didn't you call me? And I was like, that's what we have to do, kind of like what you said, be vocal about what's going on and not be afraid to speak to people and let them know what's going on in your life, because you never know who may help you. When I got laid off, oh, Lord. When I got laid off, I said something to someone, and the next day I had a job lead. So that's what you need to do. Speak up and talk to people, and your network sometimes can help you work.
Yeah, I would second that wholeheartedly. As we mentioned, a lot of people do grieve, whether it is relationships, but one of the biggest things, and a lot of people went through it, especially with COVID, of losing jobs. And a lot of it was nothing that performance wasn't declining, just was the state of where the economy was. And with COVID, you know, one thing I hate COVID happened, but it's certain things we did learn. And one, that you can work virtually. You can. I'm working right now because of my phone is right beside me. So, so at the end of the day, I think you got to speak up, because if you don't speak up, people don't know what you're going through. And I think that whole, if we wrap it up in grief period, and it's tough to talk. Fortunately, I'm someone, I had a dad who was in Providence giving prayers and loved to talk. That passed down to me. I'm not afraid to talk when it's the appropriate time. And one, you can't be afraid to say what you need, because if you don't say it, how's somebody gonna know?
So to that point, I would just want to mention, I was at Dillard's, since I've been here since Tuesday. I'm from Chicago, and I really wasn't shopping, I was just browsing. And the sales lady asked me what brought me to North Carolina, and I shared with her about this conference, which I hope she's watching right now, because I shared the information with her. But she was grieving the fact that her son has a mental illness journey, and that he's young, and that she just wept at the counter and said that she knew the words that I gave her today, and even offering her this information, made a difference. And I'm going to speak like the other young lady last session. She said, God knows exactly where you're going to be and who needs who. And at that moment, that was so phenomenal to me, because why? She was grieving. It wasn't death, but she was grieving the journey of what her son has to go through. So that's why those You Good shirts, everybody, they have stopped me in the grocery store and said, no, I'm not good. Because everybody is walking through some type of mental health journey. It doesn't mean it's the worst journey. It doesn't always mean it's diagnosed mental illness, but it does mean that we need to have community and check on one another, no matter who you are and where you are. So I want to say thank you so much to our great panelists. Can you all give them a hand? Thank you so much for sharing, and by all means, grab the resources in the hallway, and don't think it's just about you. Remember, there's a community that needs the resources and the help and the support. All right? Thank you so much, you guys. We'll move on to the next session. Well, hey, everybody. We hope you have enjoyed the grief session. What powerful stories, what powerful impact it has made. By all means, we want you to go ahead and put information in the chat if you are a clinician or someone who provides resources for those who may be walking through some areas of grief. Thank you for the person who mentioned that grief is not always death. There may be grief of loss, grief of relationship, grief of a child that may have a disability. There are so many levels of grief, but we want you to know that there is help and there are resources. And so please stay in touch with us. If you have any more questions, please put them in the chat and we will get some answers for you. So it's been great so far. We are looking forward to the next session, and we hope you will stay tuned and continue to be engaged.
I want to introduce the moderator for the next part of our discussion and our panel. This amazing woman is a published research author and has appeared on podcasts, panels, and conferences. She has moderated for different mental health platforms, forums, including youth groups, women's wellness groups, faith-based groups, senior retiree wellness groups, town halls, and much more. Danielle Young believes in paying it forward with care and compassion to increase psychoeducation and mental health awareness. She is dedicated to the continuous mental health, emotional, spiritual, personal, social, and professional development of all. Please help me welcome the illustrious Danielle Young.
Thank you, Mr. Lamonte. I hope that everyone has enjoyed this conference so far. Have you enjoyed the conference? All right, I almost added an amen in there from earlier, Chester. But yes, my name is Danielle Young. I'm a licensed clinical behavioral therapist in the Maryland and Washington, D.C. area. And I'm also the podcast host of Making a Difference in Mental Health. And today we are going to be talking about the weight of the CAPE. And I see we have beautiful women of color here, and we're going to be talking to you. I do like crowd participation, so if you want to wave your hands, clap your hands, or shout out a yes or amen, if you hear something that this illustrious panel of guests today say, make sure that you shout it out. So I'd love to begin to just give you a synopsis of what this panel is going to be. Black and Hispanic women often bear the weight of an already heavy cape and carrying extra burdens while silently drowning in stress, trauma, and anxiety. The weight of the cape will explore the responsibilities as well as cultural, social, and personal factors women seem to wear very well. And I would like to introduce our panelists on today. We have Dr. Jakisha Benton Johnson, fondly known as Dr. BJ. She is a licensed clinical psychologist, 15 years of experience service providing education, psychoeducation, and is on a mission to increase access for mental health care services for underprivileged populations. Let's welcome Dr. BJ. And next we have Ms. Yolanda Reid, CEO and co-owner of Credential America. Yolanda functions in the knowledge of the Proverbs 31 woman, understanding and working towards that very mission. She is an expert in understanding real estate and investments. She sees the potential of projects, cultivates them, and then sets a catalyst for businesses to thrive. She is a devoted mother, family member, and friend. Welcome, Miss Yolanda. And lastly, we have Miss Angelica Angel Robles. She is an immigrant referee psychologist, born in the Dominican Republic and graduate of St. Leo University. Angel is an advocate and compassionately serves the immigrant children, family, and victims of violent crimes alongside law enforcement. She is invested in reducing the impact of trauma, poverty, prejudice, and violence within those communities. Let's give a hand clap for all these lovely ladies today. All right, so we are going to have a really good conversation. Again, if there are strong women of color in this room, and if you agree with what is being said, I want to see some hands waving. I want to hear some hand claps. And also, we do look forward, if we have time, we look forward to some feedback and some questions. All right. All right, so I want to go ahead and get the panel started off. Ladies, and this is for anyone, what are the benefits of wearing a cape? What makes that your superpower before we start talking about the weight?
I guess there is some level of satisfaction from meeting. We're supposed to be strong Black females. We're also a level of modeling our grandparents, our moms. They did it, I did it. There's a level of satisfaction that comes from that, of wearing that cape and doing the same things that our ancestors did, as well as what society expects of us, to a degree.
Okay. Okay, so there are those benefits. Anyone else want to talk about the benefits of the CAPE?
Yeah, I could add. I think for I think for me, it's being able to support vulnerable communities and being able to have people see themselves in who's serving them, especially with the immigrant and refugee population, being able to sit with someone who can either empathize or at least to a degree relate to the journey. I think that that's a huge part, being able to support people to the degree that they need to be supported.
Okay.
And I would say it is the opportunity to be a light in darkness.
So we have opportunity to be a light in darkness. We have those ancestral and generational patterns of being a strong woman. And we also just have community advancement and working in the community to be able to be an example, to push efforts and agendas forward when it comes to awareness, when it comes to health, and when it comes to mental health. Now, I will say, we're going to get to the next question. We're going to talk about what can be sometimes those burdens of those same benefits of wearing the cape. I mean, we hear about songs, especially Independent Woman, and Shaka and Whitney both said, I'm every woman, right? Or even sometimes in music we hear about independent women. Destiny's Child has a song about independent women, but sometimes wearing that cape can be heavy. So those same benefits, I want to throw the question out here, what can be the challenge of the cape?
I could chime in, and if it's okay, I can get a little bit personal. It was about like 3 months ago. I was sitting on my front porch with my head in my hands and everything. It was like at the beginning of my pregnancy. And my brother comes and he sits next to me. He's like, why are you crying? Why are you sloping? Like, you're the one that got it all together. You got it all figured out. You are supposed to be up here. You're Miss Independent. You're all of these different things. And it's interesting, like the lens that everybody else sees you through when you're deep inside, you're like, what? Like, what are you talking about? But having that conversation of, I don't want to be Miss Independent. Sometimes I gotta lean on my support system. And also that conversation helped me change my lens, because I think to a degree I was seeing myself as I can do it all, like, you know, I could go all out and do everything that I need to do. And I used to see my family as like, they're the vulnerable ones. Like my mom, she's elderly. My brother, he's had a troubled youth, so I need to be their support. And now that I'm in a vulnerable state, I would say, like changing that and leaning on my brother and leaning on my mom was like, wow, like it took me a bit to kind of get to this point of vulnerability to accept that I don't have to be all things to everybody, not to my clients, not to like how the world views me. I don't have to live to that expectation. It's okay to like take off the cape, be vulnerable, and lean on who you have, so.
And I'll share as well, sort of consistent with her, in that it took me having a health crisis to realize that I needed to step back. I kept fainting and my blood pressure was through the roof in October, and several tests, and I was finally diagnosed with having cardiac issues. And some of the contributing factors was the prolonged stress of being a mental health provider, trying to be a superwoman, trying to handle everything. It really took a toll. So I think the burden of the cape is health issues. It's anxiety, it's stress, it's depression. It also creates a level of codependency. Like if you're always there picking up the pieces for everyone else, they don't learn to do it for themselves, and they're gonna keep coming back to you, and you'll get more stressed out. So I definitely would say codependency, and then also a level of self-neglect, because, you know, in taking care of everyone, there wasn't a lot of time for me to take care of myself, which led to some health issues. So codependency, self-neglect, health issues, and then any emotional problems as related to that.
I would totally agree. And especially when, you know, you believe that to whom much is given, all is required. And so that all sometimes means that we have neglected self. And to her point, then you physically start taking, your body starts taking a toll
because you're giving more out than what you're taking in for yourself. And so with that, we have to pay attention and give, as the sessions before us said, the self-care. And you've got to know when you've poured out more than what's coming in.
That's really good reflection from, you said something very interesting where you said how others see you, you know, through their lens. You're the strong one, you're the capable one. And sometimes neglecting or denying yourself to be the vulnerable one. Or when you both speak of the health issues that can come from, you know, sometimes wearing a cape that's a little bit too heavy. And you all actually get right into my next question of when did you realize that you had to allow yourself permission to take off the cape?
Ooh, and again, we're being very transparent, right? And so taking off the cape when you feel as though you're caught between life and death, that you don't want to live, but you're afraid to kill yourself. That's when you know that it's gotten too heavy. And being able to recognize that. Yeah, that's the that's when that self-awareness comes, and that it's time to do something about it.
Wow, thank you. Thank you for the transparency. I did see some head nods, and this is a good space to be vulnerable as well, because it seems like someone can identify with what you're saying. And then also extending yourself grace enough to say, this is what I need.
And understanding that that takes strength and courage.
Exactly.
And we don't find that within ourselves. And so, you know, when I look back over it, I'm grateful for the journey. Because it allows me, as I said earlier, to be the light. Because if you've never been to darkness, then you really don't know what light looks like. And to be able to bring that light to someone else. And so darkness doesn't always have to be a bad place if you allow it to be good. Because again, God can and will turn things around, and he's always working things together for our good.
And that reminds me of the scripture, weeping may endure for a night,
but
joy comes in the morning.
Yeah.
Your weeping and your night and your endurance doesn't necessarily have a time limit on it, but we have an expectation for the joy that comes in the morning.
But I think also what's key to that is understanding that it says weeping may.
Mm-hmm.
So sometimes we don't have to go through the weeping may endure for a night. We can get to the joy side. And so, you know, part of my 13-year journey of going through that place of darkness, I could have come out earlier with the proper help and assistance, just like what we're doing today. So the journey didn't have to take 13 years, but it was beneficial, if that makes sense. It was beneficial.
Yes, thank you. I'd like to extend the question. What gave you permission to take off the cape?
So my health, of course, but a part of me knowing I needed to stop because of my health, but I needed to know why. Like what motivation, what purpose was my behavior being served by helping others to the degree that it was hurting me. I like to tell people, even my patients, like I'm a therapist with a therapist. Like, you know, when I moved to a new city, first thing I do is find a house and then a therapist. But through therapy, I learned that my why. As a mental health provider, a lot of times they call us wounded healers. because we've all gone through something, and because we've gone through it and made it through, we feel like we need to help other people get through it as well. So my why also is why I'm in my profession, but therapy really helped me to see that I no longer needed that, needed to help people to feel a certain way about myself. So I think therapy, you guys, go to therapy. And piggyback off in what she said is we don't always have to go through things. We choose to go through things by not addressing certain behaviors. And I realized that wearing the cape and some of the maladaptive things that I was doing while trying to be strong was of my own doing. And sometimes it's hard to see that, realize it, and do something about it.
And thank you for the courage for what you guys have been sharing. I really appreciate that. I think in my personal experience, recognizing limits and setting the right boundaries was huge. For me, it was recently, as far as like being able to take off the cape. I served as a clinician for a couple of years. I have been working as a social worker for over 15 years. I always wanted to dedicate myself to serving my community and also living up to that lens, that expectation. With social media, it's like, you really got to live it up, right? And it was up to, honestly, like this week that I really had to set some limits and learn how to lean on my support system. So being pregnant, that has been kind of my awakening of slow down, because I want to give not just my clients and my family the best version of me, but I want to give my kids the best version of myself. And not learning how to set limits and boundaries was not gonna allow me to do that, because I always felt like I was responsible for my clients and for those viewers on Instagram and social media, and for my family, my aging mom and my siblings. I always felt like I'm the responsible one. I have to be at 100 all the time. And this week, I quit my job. I am relying on my 72-year-old mother while I endure this. My happy little picture of like the perfect little family, it didn't plan out. But for some reason, even though I'm pregnant, unemployed, and like have a lot of different things that could be affecting me, I feel at peace to such a high degree. And the biggest thing this past few weeks has been leaning on faith. I don't think at any point in my life I've had to lean on faith to such a point to where I don't know what's gonna happen. But I think that setting those boundaries and realizing, working as a clinician, working with children with trauma, working with population that have their own hurt, and sitting through that, it became vicarious trauma for me in a degree. And I would go home thinking about it, and I'm like, oh man, I really want to help this family, and I really want to help this kid. Sorry. I think just sitting back and saying faith exists for a reason, so I'm just gonna throw myself to it, and I know that my support system, God, is not gonna let me fall. So
That's it. I think that deserves a clap. We have leaning on faith, pursuing peace, making it through, pushing through, understanding your health, your limits, and therapy is okay. You can have therapy and Jesus, okay? I'm a firm believer in that, but this is an excellent example of understanding the weight of the cape, taking it off, or giving yourself permission, and then at the end, it is for your good. At the end, it is for your good to have that time of rest and restoration. And so you all kind of really touched on my next question, but I do want to ask, how do you take care of yourself when you have that cape off for a little bit? How do you take care of yourself?
Well, I have on Saturdays, it's my self-care Saturday.
Come on, self-care Saturday.
That's the whole day that it's focused on me. And what self-care, means to me is relaxing my mind. Because again, when you're carrying and wearing the cape, you're still always giving to others. And I got to a point, I think it was probably last year on vacation, I was sharing with someone how, you know, we will go over the limit, over the top to serve our clients, my clients. And I had to recognize that I was the number one client. And so, again, we can't give to others if we're not giving to ourselves. So I had to recognize that I am the number one client, and I've got to serve me in such an extraordinary fashion, the same way that I serve my clients. And if I'm carving out time for one-on-ones with my clients and my team members and my leadership staff, then I need to give that to myself. And so I make it a point that Saturdays belong to me, and I get to do whatever I choose to, and it's not necessarily on a schedule because I'm so regimented throughout the week that I can just free flow on Self-Care Saturday.
The question is extended to the lovely ladies. What do you do to take care of yourself when your cape is off?
I put myself in adult timeout. I do. Was laughing at Kim. I have candid conversations with my village, with my family. You know, I'm not doing well right now. I need a break. I need me time. I need to focus on Keisha. You know, I signed off social media. I put myself in timeout. So whatever it is that I'm feeling at that point, I don't have a plan. It's just whatever moves me. But I go in timeout. I let everybody know I'm okay. Usually I say if you need something, if somebody's dying, bleeding, or if there's an emergency, call my husband or my daughter, but do not contact me. So adult timeout.
Do not disturb is there for a reason, right? Okay. Angel?
I'll share with you guys about pre-pregnancy Angel and current Angel. The me from before, she is a motorcycle rider. I used to be running around doing wheelies, throwing myself off airplanes, hiking. Like, my self-care involved a lot of active stuff. Like, I was an adrenaline, can I say this? Adrenaline junkie? Okay, sorry. I was like an adrenaline junkie, like big time. And then my little human blessed me, and it was like, what am I gonna do now? Like, I can't do anything that I enjoy to do. So during this time, not just preparing to be a mom, but it has been with sitting with the discomfort of having to rediscover myself right now. So a lot of journaling. I whine to my mom so much, but she has been so great. And just kind of talking about what this transition means, because we're not always going to remain the same person we were months ago, days ago, years ago. So being able to kind of reinvent yourself without becoming like overwhelmed with stress and all of that. So I'm still in that window where I'm trying to figure out what this means for me. But my self-care is pretty much journaling, talking with my mom, and planning out the future a lot.
So I hope you're taking notes. We have Self-Care Saturday. We have Adult Timeout. We have Rediscovery of Self. So these are all good ways to take care of yourself. And, you know, hopefully the audience is taking it in as well. And because we're speaking about the audience right now, I would love for you to all to provide either some information or some encouragement to the women in this audience who wear a cape, are currently wearing a cape, or have some challenges with saying, I want to take this off for a little bit. What would be your advice to them?
I would say get comfortable with the word no, your own personal feelings with it. A lot of times we can't say no because of our discomfort, or we want to disappoint other people, but no is your friend. A part of saying no, I like to call it sort of a self-cost analysis, right? When people ask me what it is for something, I have to see how it is going to adversely affect me in some way, because part of wearing the cape is sometimes that self-neglect or giving too much. So sometimes I have to do an analysis to see, you know, and set a boundary with myself. I know a lot of times people think about boundaries with other people, but you can also set a boundary with yourself. Boundaries with yourself tells you yourself what you will and will not participate in. So I have to listen to my boundaries about my own time and preserve my time. And that's part of that self-analysis I do. Like, how is it going to affect me if I do X, Y, Z? Am I still going to have my time? Am I taking on too much? Am I going to get overwhelmed? And part of that is a pause. I have to pause. And sometimes I tell people things like, you know what? Let me think about it. I'll give you an answer at 5:30. I'll give you an answer on Tuesday. I also make it known that if something needs to be done ASAP, I'm not your person. And that's a boundary I set with other people because I can't, I'm married, I have 3 kids, like I work, like, you know, I can't stress myself out to accommodate something that may be last minute for you or that you didn't think about. So those are some things. And here's the other thing. I think a lot of times people think about when you set boundaries with them or when you consider yourself, you're selfish. You're not selfish. I like to call it self-preservation, because if you do not set those boundaries with other people and a boundary with yourself, you will not preserve your life. And the other piece of it too is that you will be living your life for other people and not yourself. So those are things that I found that have been helpful for me. And then there's also helping versus fixing. I think sometimes people get that confused, because when you're helping people, you don't take on the responsibility of the situation. You don't get the burden of any problems. But when you fix things, you're responsible for what happens, what goes wrong. You get the adverse effects. So I think a lot of times people think that they're helping, but they're actually trying to fix a situation that they may not be qualified to do. So sometimes I also have to ask myself, when someone asks me to do something, am I trying to fix the situation or am I actually helping?
I like that.
And I keep it pretty simple in the sense that it's to thine own self be true. And I always let peace be my umpire and my guide. So if I've got peace about a certain situation or conversation, I'm always looking for the peace within. And that lets me know whether the cape is too heavy and if I'm placing a cape on myself that I wasn't created to put on. And I guess the preacher in the room, Reverend Duane, can help me with this, but that was, I think, was it David and Saul, and you know, he was putting on the other armor, but it wasn't his battle to fight with that armor. And so sometimes we go and put on the armor and we weren't even called to that battle. So we have to know when to put on the cape and when to take it off, when to take it up and when to put it down. And when you realize truly that the battle is not yours and it's the Lord's, that we are not always running into and picking up the cape and fighting battles that are not ours to fight. So I'm always looking at, again, keeping it simple. Does this give you peace? Let peace be your umpire.
Listen, I want to say amen. Thank you, ladies, so far. You know what? I would like to pivot a little bit. I believe we have questions either in the audience or for our virtual host, Nisha.
I want to ask a question. I have a question. So as a married woman and, you know, having family with men in my life, I want to first say I'm so happy to see the men in the room because we need you with our Kate. And what are some perspective on that, on getting help with the cape, right? Sometimes we don't have to take it off because it's heavy, but we could let someone help us with that cape. And as a woman who's always driving and doing things, sometimes it's hard to even say, hey, can you help me a little bit with this cape right now? You know, I don't want to take it off. I can't take it off right now, but I just need some help with it. So what is your perspective on that?
Well, I'm not married. Was married. So I guess I
So
could
give us
still
that-
speak to it too. But even as when we talk about being the head of, you know, households or organizations or whatever, when you're being the head, sometimes you carry the burden or the stress of, you feel like you need to do it on your own. And again, this is not a church service, but, you know, Moses even had people to help him. And so we've got to know how, again, to build our support system, and that delegating and working to our own strengths, and allowing other people to be able to grow. I know sometimes I used to, you know, feel like, oh, I got this and nobody can do it better than I can. But 80% doing it is better than me taking the 100%, and I won't say let, a friend of mine corrected me on that. He told me, don't talk about what you're gonna let me do. So to allow other people to be able to support you, because again, no man is an island unto himself, and we weren't called to do greater works just by ourselves. So we've got to know when to allow the other people to come in and support us.
I did want to add to that, sorry. I think it also takes sitting back and evaluating how you view those in your life and why you're viewing them as people who you cannot delegate to or like lean on for support, whether you see them weaker or not as good or whatever. But I think it's kind of sitting with that and realizing like, if I can, they can. So like this is something we can share. So
I think conversations are important. Being realistic, like for myself, yes, I can do a lot, but that doesn't mean I should. And also knowing that I have a propensity to want to take care of people and support people. So having realistic conversations with my village, my family, about, okay, if sometimes I ask them to hold me accountable, Kim, setting a boundary, you know. Sometimes Kim will call me on it. Like, you said you're going to do X, Y, Z. Why are you doing this? But having conversations with people about what you need and the boundaries that you set for yourself so they can sort of hold you accountable. But also, I think if there's an area, I guess have a conversation with your partner about what you need, basically.
All right, and I'd like to host. Do you have questions for us, Nisha?
We do have one question. What are some tips to overcome mommy guilt? I often find myself feeling bad about buying myself something or doing something for myself because I'm so used to always putting my son first.
Well, I came to learn that it's this thing called both and. I can do for you and I can do for myself. And guilt, that doesn't even live in my house. And so I know how to love my daughter and I know how to love myself. So it's a both and. And again, there's no guilt to that.
I did want to add to that. I'm learning, so I think one of the biggest thing is going back to being the best version of yourself and what kind of version do you want your child to see, the person who gives their all outwards and doesn't focus on themselves and think, hey, that's how I have to do it, or do you want to be the person who can do for themselves? There was this quote that said, the quality of a child's success in the future relies heavily, sorry guys, but on the happiness of the mother, right? And the dad, but on the quality of the happiness of the mother. So I think that's huge as far as like removing that guilt, because you're setting the example for your kid how to, one, choose their battles, right? Two, how to take care of themselves. And just because you're a parent doesn't mean you're invisible, doesn't mean that you stop existing and that you're only living for your child. Like, those are two separate lives. You're an example for that child, so being able to like recognize that I need to show my kid the best version of me. That means going to get my nails done, or, you know, like doing something for myself that makes me feel good. Like, do it, because your kid is seeing that happiness in you, and at the end of the day, that's what matters.
And I'm going to add, this is just what dropped in my nowhere. It's just like, even as a mother, when you're carrying your child, you're nurturing yourself and you're nurturing them. So you're not sacrificing one or the other. And that's where the and both can live in that same space, when you're teaching them that it's okay to give to yourself and to give to others as well.
Modeling, yeah, I was just thinking about that kids model the behaviors of their parents, just like they were saying. So, you know, you have to give them adaptive behaviors for them to model, and also set limits with them as well. But they have to see you taking good care of yourself, so they can take good care of themselves. And the other thing is, kids are resilient. Like I said, well, my favorite word is no these days, so they're resilient.
So we have the and both. We have resiliency of our children. They can be resilient. We also have just extending yourself some grace, right? And then also, I like to say that a boundary is a very comfortable space for me and a line of respect for you. So let's make sure that within, you know, those boundaries, that we are comfortable, we establish those things, and that those who may come towards us respect that particular line or space. So ladies, I have one more question for you, and then if we have time, we'll take some questions from the audience, if we have time. But the question is, can you now provide our audience, if you have any, with any information or resources when it comes to specifically our women? And we do acknowledge the men for just being allies today when it comes to women's mental health. But do you have any resources when it comes to mental health and understanding the weight of the cape and being able to advocate for other women?
A lot of times I get approached to help someone find a therapist. I think a good resource to be mindful of is Psychology Today, psychologytoday.com. It's a directory. You can put in your insurance information, whether you want a male, female, whatever race, virtually online, and it'll pull up people in your area who's listed on the Psychology Today directory. So that may be a good resource for those who are looking for a therapist.
I also wanted to share, just kind of through the course of my career, I've worked nonprofit throughout all my life. So there's a lot of free programs out there. One is Faith Action, which is for immigrant and refugee families. They carry a lot of burden, and coming into a whole new culture can be overwhelming. So Church World Services is another place that they offer services for free to a lot of immigrants and refugees in English, Spanish, and other languages. There are other programs such as like Healthy Families, Child First, Healthy Start, all of these programs that are for moms, because I know the weight of the cape can often come from being a parent and a helper in the community. And I do want to like really push 988. Like that is 24/7 help for anybody who's literally in that light and darkness space, that they can help through that. So it's this. It used to be the suicide helpline, but now it's a little bit more broad, and it's free, and they speak almost every language that I'm aware of. So that's a huge resource, and I provide that to like everybody who I come across. So.
And again, I'm going to keep it simple. Friends who have sound mind and good counsel and advice. Make sure you have your support system, people around you that's going to pour into you, that's going to lift, edify, and encourage you. And they are, to me, the greatest resource that I have been able to lean on, because they too can direct me if they feel as though I need to go get wise counsel, whether that be through a therapist, a psychiatrist, medication, whatever that might be, but I surround myself truly with people that give wise, sound counsel. And then, of course, the Bible.
And I just want to reiterate, I know we said this a couple times since we've been up here, but just want to make sure that we say it again, that you can see a therapist and love the Lord at the same time. Yeah, you don't have to choose. You can do both, right?
And may I add also, when looking for a counselor, one of the things even with a therapist, because I've made references to therapists, and just because you go to that therapist, if they're not helping you the way that you feel you need to get the help, don't stop at that one. Then make sure that you're seeking out, again, the right counsel and those that are going to help you. Because sometimes we get to that space where it's like, you may not be compatible with that therapist. They may not see your point of view or be able truly to give you sound advice. I work in the field of verifying. I'm basically the Dr. FBI or medical FBI. So I do the background, so I understand that everybody is not going to be the right fit for you. But if you're seeking out counseling and or a counselor, make sure that they are the right fit for you. And don't stop at that first opinion or that first counsel.
I'm going to piggyback off that a little bit. I like to tell people that therapy is like any other relationship. There has to be chemistry and there has to be a level of connection. So you may meet someone and it's not a good fit. Again, don't stop looking. But the other piece of that too, if your religion is important to you, bring that up in therapy. As a therapist, I can't bring it up per se, but if you bring it up to me, and it has to do more with ethics, with psychology. But if you bring it up to me, then I incorporate it into therapy. But it has to be you bringing it to me, just so it comes from the standpoint of me not forcing my religious beliefs on you. So yes, if it's important to you, you bring it up in the intake, and it could work.
So we've talked about the different resources. I do want to call your attention to your program. We have a number of resources in there, including NAMI and 988. We've also talked about good counsel. To throw a scripture in there, it does say that Jesus is the wonderful counselor. And so I can imagine that if he's the wonderful counselor, there are many of us who have been gifted and graced with being wonderful counselors, but also just understanding and knowing the different resources in your community. If we have time, do we have time for maybe one or two questions from the audience? One question from the audience. Make this a good question. One question from the audience.
Hi, my name is Amanda, and I'm a therapist. I primarily work with those who are suffering from relational trauma and Black women who are strong, they think they got to do it all and all the things. And so what I oftentimes notice is these women get into relationships and they don't have to wear their cape, but they're continuing to wear their cape, and so it's causing friction within the relationships. And so I want to know, what are some things that you all have encountered as far as in your own lives to maybe help women who may be in that space?
Now, this might sound funny, but my first thing would be, I'm unequally yoked. No, I'm just, it's like, if he can't help me with the cape, the gentleman back there, I know he's probably like, Lord have mercy. But realizing that he has a gift and he has a strength also. Am I answering your question? And so, you know, just like the body itself, I realize that I have greater upper body strength. And so if he has more leg strength, if you will, you know, to lift certain things. And so I realize that I am working to my strengths and allowing the other person to work at their strengths as well. And so I know when, to allow them to operate in their strengths, and I work in mine.
And I did want to add to your question. I think that a lot of women who feel like they have to be independent even when they don't, imitate the behavior of a caregiver. Most statistically speaking, most Black women and Hispanic women, just kidding. Most like Black women and Hispanic women, we are raised by a single parent household, whether like the dad lives somewhere else or they're just not present. So kind of looking back at what their example was, because it's hard to trust. Like, I'm speaking from personal experience, because you never know like whether your next person is forever, right? So it's hard to trust all of who you are, or half of who you are, with someone else, not knowing or trusting that that person's gonna be forever, because your example was, my dad wasn't there forever, and my grandmother, like, they weren't there for, So kind of looking back at what that pattern was that led to that personality development, and it's hard to secure anybody and say like, hey, you're safe, you can take off the cape, because you really don't know, but you won't know until you take a chance. So it's about taking the chance and trusting that your partner has your best interest at heart, and that if the time comes and you have to put it back on at 100%, you can still do it. You're not losing anything by sharing the cape. I don't know if that makes sense.
So you mentioned trauma, and I think relational trauma, and wearing the cape in the way that you're talking about it as far as relational trauma is a trauma response, the hyper independence, which does come from the standpoint of not having someone that you can consistently rely on, that you can depend on or trust, so you feel like you have to do it yourself. And I think that comes from supporting someone in that role. One is a conversation. First of all, there has to be a level of insight that they're doing it right, and there has to be a conversation with the people around them, letting them know that this is going on. But also, I think consistency goes a long way. I think when people are consistent and say things that they're going to do, is very helpful for someone like that to let their guard down. But also, I think maybe also scheduling things where, I do X, Y, and Z, you do X, Y, Z, so that I don't carry the burden all the time, that someone, it is separated. There is some roles that someone else is doing, so you don't carry the weight. So I think scheduling will help with that type of thing in a relationship.
All right, well, we are out of time. This has been the weight of the cape, and I do want to thank our illustrious panel. Can we give a hand clap for Dr. B, Yolanda, and Angel? Thank you all so much. We hope that you learned a lot from this, and we ask that you continue to advocate for wellness and help out those women that have the weight of the cape. All right, thank you.
We would like to take some time out to give a big thank you to our sponsors who made today's event possible. Bennett College, Credential America Incorporated, NAMI North Carolina, Ads Love Foundation, Dudley's, Lisa Perkins and Associates, Massage Envy of Burlington, Heart Life Ministries Recovery 180, Hooked on Sports, and Dental Works, Drs. Aguero, Hughes, and Associates. Thank you so much. And now it's time for the men's panel, Rising Under Pressure. Welcome to the stage, Moderator O. Lamont Roberson.
For this next part of our conversation, I want to invite our panelists to begin making their way in this direction. The first panelist I want to introduce to you all today is a consultant for the Racial Equity Institute. He is a consultant for the Racial Equity Institute. He is also a professor of African American Studies and African Diaspora Studies at the illustrious, the magnanimous, the wonderful, the stupendous University of North Carolina at Greensboro. Please help me welcome Mr. Dominic Hand. Immediately following him, I have Mr. Michael Humphrey. He is the principal and founder of the host of the conversation, The Soul of a Man. Please give Mr. Humphrey a hand. Next, I have our keynote speaker joining us again. He is the founder and president of the Institute for African Man Development, Mr. Chester Marshall. And last but certainly not least, Mr. DRL Tunes. He is the owner of DRL Tunes Design Studio. Once more, will you put your hands together for our men today? Fellas, thank you so much for being a part of this conversation. Each year, it is my great pleasure and honor to host all of the conversations, but this is perhaps one of my favorites, and it is because we don't often have the opportunity to hear from great men in our community who are also doing great work. So please, if you don't mind, just start off by telling me a little bit about you, Mr. Hand, and we'll go in that direction, a little bit about who you are and how you show up in the world.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for having me here. Thank you for that very interesting introduction. I thought you was going to name it HBCU. Speaking of luxuries, I actually did go to Winston-Salem State for a few semesters before I went to UNCG. So I spent a lot of my time there studying this particular topic, getting involved with black males, because honestly, I was trying to search for that type of research, that type of confirmation about who I am and how I navigate through the world that I'm a part of. So the work that I do and the things that we're going to be discussing is very much personal to me. It's still a personal journey for me. A lot of my work outside of what was said is in sociology and criminology. I spent a lot of time working in Guilford County's juvenile justice system, doing some field research, doing some ethnographic research to really understand why we have juvenile delinquency happening and what's the connection between in-school suspension and juvenile justice in Guilford County. And I also do work in Baltimore City as well. I work with professors from Morgan State University, as well as spiritual leaders, folks who are part of the church and faith communities, to really create a rites of passage program to help adolescent youth go through a culturally relevant and culturally competent process to allow them to mature in ways and to develop and cultivate and instill into them principles, mannerisms, languages, and worldviews that will help serve them and to make them more comprehensive men. So I guess
I'm Michael Humphrey, a native son of Greensboro, and like one of the earlier panelists on the grief panel, C.C. Whitfield, I started my educational path right next door at the Children's House Nursery School at Bennett College. My mother's late mother was a graduate of Bennett, and so many of us that grew up here came through that building next to this one as we started school. I am a graduate of North Carolina A&T State University and a graduate of Wake Forest University's Executive MBA program. When I left Wake Forest, went to New York and lived and worked in New York for 20 years, DC for about 5 years after that, and made my way back to Greensboro with the purpose of coming back and hopefully being an impact on the community. I'll explain a bit more as we get into the panel, but how do I show up in the world? First and foremost, a child of God. Secondly, the single father of Michael Jr., Melanie, my 18-year-old twins, who are rising sophomores at the University of North Carolina at Greensboro.
All right.
And a 14-year-old Christian who will be starting the ante for Middle College High School next year as a rising sophomore himself. That's how I show up in the world.
Awesome. I love it. Mr. Tunes.
Wow, that's great. I'm DRL Tunes. I didn't go to college. I went to the Marine Corps. That's what I did for my 4 years after high school. I barely got out of there, but I had a drive that is just unmatched. So when they are talking about a few good men, I thought they were talking directly to me. I didn't have any choice in the matter. I got kicked out at 18. I was in the street. I was doing all this reckless stuff. But it only happened for a summer because that's when I had to call Staff Sergeant Hancock, and I was in boot camp shortly after that. And that's the thing that changed my life pretty much. I mean, I wish I had more stories or letters behind my name and stuff, but that just wasn't my path. So I had to really figure out what I needed to do in showing up in this world and how people were going to perceive me. So in the beginning of it all, it just wasn't working. And then finally, it clicked. And I'll tell y'all more about that later because I did find God. He was always with me because I read a story where there was some sand and he was holding them. And I thought it was my footsteps and it was God, but that's what it is. I mean, I thought it was me, but it wasn't. So it was a pleasant surprise to realize that God is for all of us.
Beautiful, beautiful. Mr. Marshall?
Yes, sir. Chester Marshall, originally from Chicago, Illinois. Interesting, brother. I got into some trouble in Chicago. Got kicked out of Chicago public schools and wound up in the Marine Corps. And it absolutely saved my life. Put it in a different direction. I'm a teacher at Howard University, CEO and founder of Institute for African Man Development, which is a agency in Washington, D.C. that works with African American men and boys. I show up in the world as a guide and way shower for other men. But I'm feeling a whole lot of Aggie energy in here. I don't know, we just, we Bisons, we don't do that, but glad to be here.
Thank you all, gentlemen, for being a part of this conversation. I can see it's going to be a good conversation. I was thinking the other day, and I was talking with one of my colleagues about this. I traveled on vacation. I've traveled to a few places outside of the U.S., and one of my closest friends was traveling with me, and they said to me, this person that you are when you're on vacation, I don't know this person. They said, this person that you are when you're on vacation, who is this guy? And they looked at me and they said, you are very grumpy. You are often very grumpy. They know me outside of just traveling. They know me on a day-to-day basis. And when I got that information, I really had to sit with that and ask myself some questions around my grumpiness. And so from that, I kind of coined the phrase, especially as I work as a mental health professional with other men of minority populations, the grumpy man syndrome. The grumpy man syndrome. So a lot of times when I am greeted by a lady and she's asking me questions about a male in the community or a minority person in the community that identifies as a male, I say, oh, he has grumpy man syndrome. I know that syndrome. And so, fellas, to start this conversation, I want to kind of launch our conversation by talking about the grumpy man syndrome. What does that mean? And any one of you can jump in. Without me even explaining it, I'm sure you all know. What does that mean, the grumpy man syndrome?
Well, you mentioned it to me as we were coming in today. And I shared with you, wow, I fall within that category. I can relate to that. So most people that know me and know me well would identify me or recognize me as somebody who's pretty laser focused. And when I'm in work mode, in thinking that way, I'm not playing. I'll be 60 in a few months. I don't have time to play. I simply don't. And society doesn't give me the permission to play. I'm a single father of 3. 2 of them are college students. I don't have time to play. So, I spend more of my time, as all of us do, in work mode. And as someone who was in corporate America for most of my career, I spent more time code switching to a degree where I almost forgot really who I am. You said yours switches up on vacation. I use the analogy of Jiho versus work.
Okay.
Want to see some happy people for 4 days out of 365 days of the year?
Yeah.
Catch them over on campus at Jiho. Because that's the one time we take the mask off and can actually be ourselves and just be pure joy.
Yeah. Awesome. I love that. Thank you. Anyone else?
My experience with the whole notion of being a grumpy man is attached to legacy. Folk want their life to look like their dreams. And when it doesn't, I'm sorry. When your life doesn't look like your dreams, you become malcontented and grumpy. Now myself, I'm 64 years old, so I kind of enjoy being grumpy, but I have fun with it. But hopefully my grumpiness is not attached to the legacy that I've created. Some brothers look back on their life and they see the legacy they created and they realize that they can't change some of that, and it makes them grumpy. Grumpy as in depressed on the inside, but grumpy on the outside. It's brothers that I work with, that my company works with. They have children that look just like them, that hate their guts because they didn't nurture. And so that's a terrible negative legacy that people have to deal with. So my experience is that it's attached to legacy.
Yeah, I mean, I think what was said earlier just really emphasized the point that I was going to make. It's definitely a mask of anxiety and depression, unsettled traumas, internalized oppression. It's just a wide variety of things that's going on. But I think the underlying dynamic is, as you mentioned, I have to put on this grumpiness, I have to put on this level of seriousness because I've been conditioned to not fail. Because if I fail, it just reinforces that I'm in a lower status in society, because that's always been taught that. And so the grumpiness can be a cry of help, it can be a sense of loneliness. It could be a demand for respect, because as black men, we're only taught to express certain type of emotions. One of them being a kind of smoothness, a coolness, if you will. We have certain languages, certain styles, certain ways that we sway ourselves with swagger, and then it's anger and aggression. And so that anger and aggression, that kind of form of intimidation or fear, is just me saying out to the world with my grumpiness that you better respect me. Because that's my source of power, because I don't feel like I have it anywhere else. And I don't want you to know that about me. And so, we'll just...
Beautiful.
Wow, yeah. So the reason why I'm grumpy, when I was trying not to be grumpy, nobody would help me. So I tried to get a job, they wouldn't hire me. I cut my hair, I put on suits, they wouldn't hire me. It wasn't until I took it out of their hands and I decided to do it myself. Well, no, God took something from me and made me get on this path. And every time it gets hard, I say, God, I have to remind him, you put me here. So I'm expecting you to pay the rent, pay the car note, pay the phone bill, pay the bills. You know, I'm expecting you to do that because I'm going to show up for you every day. So when I got to boot camp, they didn't put me in the Marine Corps because we can't fight. You know, that's what we do. We're here to protect you guys so y'all can sit in the room and do this. So what happens, as you get older, then you get out of the Marine Corps, you realize that all of the stuff that you were taught is fake. It's all up to you. So if you're going to do something, do it. Most of the stuff that you like, you didn't even know you liked it until the person did it. So that's how I live my life. I live my life one day at a time. But what I did realize is I'm like a highway. I started off with 2 lanes. Now I have 8 lanes. And I could do whatever I want on all of my lanes. And I'm not asking anybody for help. Again, I asked people for help. They would not help me. And I'm talented. I'm one of the most talented people that a lot of people that ever met me, they say, man, you're the most talented person ever. But coming up in that journey, they want you to show up rich, famous, with the house, with the car. Then you meet these girls. How do you want me to buy you a house when you can't buy your own house? So that's why I'm grumpy, because a lot of, just like you, I don't play at all. Marine Corps took that day one, and then I'm not going to get over emotional and cry because they removed my tear ducts. We don't do that either. So there's a lot of things that you have to internalize, and you got to be strong enough to go forward when the world is telling you to stop.
Wow. Wow, thank you for that. Thank you for sharing that. What I hear you all describing in one way or another is a certain level of pressure. A certain level of pressure. Pressure to be respected. Pressure to take care of your family. Pressure to figure it out on your own. I'm curious to know, how has that pressure manifested itself in negative ways in your life throughout the course of your life?
Can I go?
Absolutely.
All right, I'm going to go first this time. So look, it's all in how you look at failure and the things that you succeed at. When I'm sitting at home before all of the DRL tune stuff and the billboards and John Coltrane, all that stuff, I had to practice that stuff by myself alone. There was no one there. So I'm up at the computer practicing. No one cares. But when the opportunity came, I was ready. So I grew up at a time where if you're always ready, then you don't have to get ready. And then they talk about capes. I never take my cape off. It don't matter who was there. I never ever get comfortable enough to take my cape off in front of nobody, because I never know when I have to fly up out of here. So if y'all seen the movie Hancock with Will Smith, I don't have a drinking problem, but that's how I navigate the world. If I could fly, I would be him without the drinking problem.
I bury myself in silence. Because we live in a society where every single system and institution already is set up for whatever reaction that you have, the only safe place where I feel like I can express myself with comfort is in my own silence. It feel like it's the only thing that I can control when I'm under pressure. If no one gets a reaction from me, no one can do anything to me. And that has consequences. It's going to manifest into many other self-destructive things, right? And I don't want to explain what some of those things are. But yeah, I think there's a lot of men, particularly black men, that just suffer in silence because they feel like that's the only way that they can control a situation under pressure. Because every other response is just going to push back on them or could lead them into another dangerous situation. What I meant to add about that grumpiness is that I think grumpiness is really a survival mechanism.
My defense mechanism is retreat. Very similar. So it's a little bit of a double-edged sword, because I think as the pressures come on you at times, or you face trauma or you face some hardships in your life, there's a need to pause and assess what it is that you're facing. And pausing is not stopping. You still got some forward momentum, but you do need to pause for a second to acknowledge and assess what it is that you're going through. The other side of that sword is, for myself, when I retreat, I'm so comfortable with myself, I can completely go into a Howard Hughes-esque retreat. And some occurrences over the past couple of years for myself put me in that state recently, to a point where I had friends here in Greensboro, two very close friends here in Greensboro, say, meet us at this restaurant on this Sunday at noon for brunch. I said, well, I got some things. I said, no. Meet us there, because we haven't seen you in 2 years since you've been back here. And if you don't show up, we're coming to get you. So I conceded, and I went to the restaurant. And at noon, had brunch. I talked with my brother and my sister, no blood relation at all. And we left 4.5 hours later. Lucky 32s, busy place. For whatever reason that day, they let us sit there for 4.5 hours. And every single one of us, all three of us, needed each other just as badly as the other. And we needed that conversation. So I say again, facing things, there is a need to pause and assess what it is that you're going through, but you also need that community as well.
Black men are measured by the standards of white masculinity. And so, to the extent that we buy into that and try to perpetrate that, we're accepted. Absolutely. Being dominant, being in control of everything and everybody's, achieving everything. And if you can't measure up to that, that's when you feel the pressure. And it's not until a man gets to the point where he decides that he's not going to deal with that anymore that he really starts to balance out. I mean, I'm 64 years old. I don't have the energy for it anymore. So I don't feel a lot of pressure because, you know, if there was something going on with my family, I would feel the pressure to take care of that. Other than that, the only pressure that I feel is the pressure to make my life look like my dreams. But that's a big part of what black men deal with. You know, what are white men doing, and you know, how does white masculinity look? And to the extent that you buy into that and measure up to that, determines how accepted you are.
Wow. Mr. Humphrey, you said something that I think I would like more clarity and insight into for our conversation, and that is, you talked about connectedness and community. So I would love to hear from you first, and then the rest of you, if you'll share. How has the pressure that we're talking about, all the facets of pressure that you all described, how has it impacted your love connections? Oh yeah, we having a good conversation today. We going all the way, fellas.
He doesn't stop talking and going to meddling.
You would start with me. So to very quickly just kind of give you what my pressures have been over the course of the past 2.5 years. Marriage ended. I didn't want my marriage to end. With my marriage ending, it separated me from my babies, who I'd never been apart from in their lives. Great father, incredible father, because I love them more than I love myself. So an opportunity came for me to come to Greensboro to take a role, and at 58 years old, ageism comes into play. So I needed to take the role. So I'm announcing that I got the job and I'm coming here, and my wife says, I'm not going with you. That was when I realized we were really done. So I come to Greensboro without my wife, separated from my children the first time in their lives, and about 6 months later I get a call from my brother who says, I went to the doctor, I've got a tumor in my throat, inoperable. About 6 months after that, the DEI role that I came here and left my life for to take ended, because DEI never was a real issue for this organization. I was a George Floyd hire. So these things are just compounding. Wife gone, kids gone. Brother, my only surviving blood family member, sick, deathly sick. And now the career and the income is gone. And 6 months after that, I've got 2 kids coming to college. Black men hurt too. Black men hurt too. Thank you. You looked me dead in my eyes before we came up here and said, you're worthy. You're enough. Real quickly, how many people in the room are familiar with Jonathan Majors, the actor?
Or online.
So we followed his story over the past couple of weeks. Brother's had a tough time past couple of weeks. He was in a situation, not a situation, he was in a situation. And what we saw play out on TV, he was trying to get away from that situation that he was in that moment, but he got caught up and was in some trouble. And very recently, you know, we saw his agency leave him, endorsements leave him, everything. He was losing it all, but was at an NAACP award ceremony recently, receiving the Perseverance Award. Regardless of how you feel about him or his situation, was receiving the Perseverance Award. And the young man walked up on stage, and our sister Iyanla Van Zant was giving him the award. And he buckled over in emotion. And in the absence of his own mother, this sister grabbed him up like his mama. We got a world of black men in this country who need a good mama hug. Because we're broken. Too many of us are truly in some degree of brokenness. And again, it varies without question. But you've got a community of black men in this country truly who need to know they're worthy. Some in their own homes who are at the bottom of the totem pole in their own house. And when you code switch all day long in everything that you're doing in society, you've got to go to some safe place at the end of the day. You've got to go to some place safe place at the end of the day. Truly, black men hurt too.
I want to leave room for our online audience. If you have questions, I invite you to jump in and share them. But anyone else want to speak to that? How has the pressure of your experience as men and as minority men, how has that impacted your love connections?
Yeah, all right, so I guess I'll go next. All right, so look, the whole love thing is a little bit weird anyway, because that means I have to depend on a girl to do that. So in my story, right, so I did it how they say you're supposed to do it. You know, I met a girl, I got married to this girl, tried to do a life with her or whatever. You know, we have a baby, we're doing stuff, and then her mom tells me out of the blue, like, you need to be gainfully employed. I never heard that before. You need to be gainfully employed, you need insurance, you need stuff, right? So I'm playing this game with them for about 3 years, and in this time, I'm successful. I got Fantasia Barrino on American Idol. We're doing all of her shirts, we're making money, we're doing all of these things, but in the midst of all of this, I have a 3-year-old son at the time, and he dies. Right? Just in the middle of the night, he dies, right? So now you're talking about pressure, because now what do you do? What do you tell your mom? What do you tell people? So in the midst of all of this, I'm dealing with this because what people don't understand about the women part, when something like that happens, the girl is always taken care of. How are you? Are you okay? Do you need me to rub your back? You got this clown saying, I'll rub your booty, right? And then I'm sitting alone, right? So I have to deal with that. So that's pressure, right? And then I come home one day, pull open the side of her closet, and all of her clothes are gone. So now she's sneaky moving out, right? So I called my mom, because I don't have a circle of friends. I didn't know Evie. So it was one of those things, like I called my mom. My mom was like, do not let her catch you with your pants down. And I didn't know what that meant. But my mom told me, grab your stuff and move out of there. And I did it in the afternoon. It hurt me to be alone in an apartment by myself, healing. But to me, that's when God showed up. Because when you're in there alone, you have nobody to talk to, but things are talking to you. right? So then you get another level of pressure of how are you going to overcome this and go get a job, get gainfully employed, start doing stuff. Well, you know what I did in my research? I figured out that I could get my own dental insurance. It's $40 a month. So now I don't have to get a job for that. The Marine Corps gives us VA. So now I don't have to have health insurance to the highest level. And then I got hurt in combat. I didn't know. So I get 100% from the VA. So this whole time that I'm going around thinking, woe is me, God was he already knew that was going to happen. He already put things in place so I don't hit the complete bottom. But in my mind, I was at the lowest point. So now you, and I met Tanya at this point. I try to do stuff with Dudley and them. Things just weren't working out on a bigger level. But then you put your head down, you start praying, things start happening when you do stuff for yourself. I printed some business cards up, I gave them out, I did everything that I needed to do. 5,000 of them. I had 2 people call me, but those 2 people paid me $5,000. I had $10,000 for them too. So that's what I'm saying. Just because you feel like you are running into a wall, God already knows the outcome of everything that's going to happen to you. So I'm like you. I'm not in my 60s yet, but I know a level of pressure that'll break your back, and I also know how to stay humble in that through the Marine Corps, because they did teach me tenacity. I'm gonna persevere. I'm gonna keep going alone, because everyone drops off. When my ex-wife left, and I feel you. When my ex-wife left me, I thought that this person would love me forever, and I'm cute. So I thought, I just knew she was gonna stay around. You know, she look all right. I hope you looking, but you know, but then even, and I'm almost done. Then even in that, God had to reveal to me that I can't hate her, because that's my son's mother. So even though he died, I still have to honor her in a certain capacity. And how I honor her is by leaving her alone. Don't talk to her. Don't talk to me. You're blocked on everything, you know. So it could go deep. But that's how just like some people that they retreat. I was trained to move forward. So there's certain things that I have to do to protect my peace, so I don't have over pressure. One more thing. If you guys saw a movie called Encanto, it's a child's movie. See, there's a little thick girl in there that can lift everything, right? She has a song called Surface Pressure, right? And if y'all listen to it on the way home, there's a part in that song that's deep to me, because we live this as black men. We're always afraid that something's going to hurt us, but nothing's there. It's all in our mind. You know, just like when the ladies was up here, who are these people saying that you can't do something? You're not going to be nothing. Who are these people? So all of it is surface pressure. If you could just let it stay on the surface, you will be fine. And this girl, she flips over houses. She just picks them up. And so that's what I'm going to leave y'all with that. Surface pressure is surface. Don't let it get too deep.
We'll hear from Mr. Hand, and then we have one online question. Mr. Hand.
I appreciate you, brother. So I think for me, I spent, my previous relationships, I've spent so much time trying to not be like my father. Instead of understanding my father, I guess, my parents divorced when I was 13, 14 years old. I thought I was going to give y'all a lot of academic answers. I'm telling y'all my life story. But one thing, like seeing how my mom responded to that divorce, just put a signal in my head that, okay, whatever man I'm going to become, whatever woman I decide I'm going to love, I'm not going to do what my father did. So it led me down a path of just transactional relationships and constant self-sacrifice. And there's a saying that it's hard to pour into someone's cup when you don't have nothing in your own. So what ended up happening is that I kept going through relationship after relationship after relationship, and it kept being the same result, because I didn't heal that relationship with my father, who was actually the first example of me looking at a man love someone else and loving the world that he's a part of. So all my relationships were extremely transactional. And what I discovered is that now that I have a very comprehensive relationship with my father, we can talk just about any and everything now. One thing that I learned is that I spent 15 years, well, I'm telling you my age, 15, 16 years of my life trying so hard not to be like my father. And then when I actually talked to him and had a healing conversation, I was doing exactly what he was doing. So I think, especially for young men, it's really important that you just pay attention to the traumas that you faced, the things that bother you the most, and go in that area of constant self-reflection. Because the things that you even try to avoid will probably be the things that become your biggest barriers in life. And so, you know, but, you know, yeah, that pressure of like, what is a man? And like wrestling with that question when you don't really have a lot of examples in front of you, has probably been like my biggest detriment to lead to those transactional relationships.
Thank you. Thank you, fellas. Thank you so much for your transparency. We do have one online question.
No, we don't have one. We have about 10.
Okay.
No.
All right.
No, but I want to combine a couple of them because I think they merge.
Okay.
Okay, so one of the questions is, what's the best way to give you feedback without making you as a man feel disrespected or unappreciated? Okay. The next question I'm going to ask are, what are some ways you allow yourself to be vulnerable instead of leaning into the grumpy man? I think you kind of answered that it's okay not to be pressured by white man's standards. And then the last question is, what type of support can black women offer in relationships as partners or friends to help you navigate the pressure you endure as a black man in the world?
If you aren't in the room, there's a round of applause for that last question. So we'll start with that one. I like that one as well. And I'm actually going to take the liberty to answer this question first, and then I'll pass it to my brothers. I experienced it within the last 24 to 48 hours. I experienced it on a very regular basis. It is frustrating, it's defeating, it's discouraging, it's annoying, and that is when a black man in your community says, this isn't okay for me, this bothers me, this makes me uncomfortable. The first response, queens, the first response, ladies, needs to be an attitude, a posture of empathy and understanding. You're going to be okay. You got it. You're going to be fine. You're amazing. That is not an empathetic response. The first response needs to be a posture of empathy. Wow, I didn't know you were going through that. Wow, I can see how that might make you uncomfortable. The first response needs to be one of empathy. The second response, ladies, please hear me when I say this. If you respond with an attitude of curiosity, you will get even more from your black kings. Why does that bother you? Why does that upset you? What makes you think that? What do you mean when you say that? And the truth of the matter is, he may not have answers to all of those questions, but just your willingness to respond with curiosity, your willingness to respond with empathy, creates a safe space for more conversation to occur and for healing and vulnerability, answering the other question, for healing and vulnerability to exist. Fellas?
The last question I do consider a loaded question, because I think so many black women want to be and are supportive of black men. I think a significant number of brothers are not in an emotional space to know how to deal with that. And I think that's what's confusing for a lot of sisters. It's like, I'm trying to be supportive, but I'm not necessarily getting that he's seeing that as support. And so the first thing that I would say is brothers need to get themselves in a position emotionally where they can understand the role that their woman plays in their life. And, you know, I think that every brother up here would agree that, you know, in some cases, our only friend has been black women. So, you know, it's not like we're enemies. I just think that, you know, this world, this place called America has so screwed up the minds of a lot of black men that they just do not know, you know, how to deal with black women on an emotional level. The greatest challenge that I would say, brother, going back to your last question about how the pressure has affected our love life, our love connections. For me, it's not the pressure. For me, a lot of brothers, what affects them the most is their adverse childhood experiences coming back to bite them. And then when they get in these close relationships with these sisters that are bringing it emotionally, they're like, oh no. You know, I mean, we become runners, you know, because it's like, I don't know really how to deal with this. And so I think a lot of it has to do with our own adverse childhood experiences coming back to bite us. And then when you add the pressure of this thing called America, it becomes very overwhelming.
So how do we, I'm asking, how do we get beyond those early childhood experiences when, from the time that we were toddlers, falling out of a tree or falling off a skateboard or anything else, it's okay, big boys don't cry, man up. You know, when you get a little bit older, it's man up. You get a little bit older, it gets disrespectful. You know, pull your drawers up. You know, but from the time we were here, it was big boys don't cry. So we've been programmed not to show any emotion. And ladies, at the point that that brother, husband, boyfriend, whomever, does feel vulnerable enough with you to give you that emotion, if it is ever used against him, you have lost him. And your response to the grave, honey, how are you? Fine, I'm good. It's all good. I'm good. That's all you're gonna get. But how do we get beyond that programming from here to not show emotion?
Brother, that's a supreme question. Unless brothers are blessed with better teachers, it's rough. In my own life, I was blessed to have consciously developed African American men come into my life and teach me different. Because unless we get that, brother, we're still going to be stuck in the prevailing forms of masculinity. But it requires us to really come out of that and say, look, you know, I really have to do some hard self-work around the damage that's been done to me. And for some people, it's too scary. And when you tap onto that, your teaching that tells you, look, dealing with your emotions is women's stuff anyway. And it makes you feel like less than a man unless you come out of that bad teaching. And generally, it's because you find better teachers, it's going to be tough.
Yeah, I don't deal with emotions with girls at all anymore. I like to keep my manhood in my pocket. I don't let her have it. I don't let her take it to the store with her. I'll let her know what the deal is up front, because how I made sure that my childhood trauma was almost erased in my mind, I created a new person. So I don't have to worry about her being late on the rent or being late on the light bill, because it's already taken care of. I don't need you to do none of that. If you show up and you are about what I'm about, I'll listen to you, but most of the time you can't even get past the doorway. Because if you're not coming in with something that's going to elevate my art or my business or my mind, I don't need you to wash my clothes. I have a little lady that washes my clothes. Molly maids will come and clean my crib. So it's not, I get my own car washed. So, and that's the thing about guys. We have to figure out how to be self-sufficient on our own before we get to her. Because she's not going to be self-sufficient 9 times out of 10. And if she is, she's smarter than us. She looks better than us. She smells better than us. She tells us to take baths every day. Well, I don't need a mom either. So it comes to a point where eventually this girl is going to be your mother. So then you get married to your mother, and now you worry. Now you wonder why your marriage don't work, because you weren't really ready to be married in the first place. That's why I say, anybody that ever asks me, I'm never getting married again. I tell you straight up, if I get married again, it's going to be on a whole nother level. She's going to have to be.
Thank you for sharing. Thank you so much for what you said.
Yeah, cut me
So-
off.
Mr. Hand, I'm going to give you a second to respond. I just want to say this really quickly. One of the challenges we face in the area of love and relationship and love and connection is how things have evolved and changed over time. And so I'll say this and then pass the mic to Mr. Hand. Our culture and society has shifted in a number of ways, and one of them is the ways in which women can take care of themselves. Okay? There was a day and time where women, especially black women, were very reliant on black men to do a lot of things. But statistically speaking, black women are running circles around black men in a number of ways. Okay? So I don't want to get stuck there. I just want to add that to the
I don't
to the
agree
meat of
with
this
that.
conversation. I do want to pass the conversation to Mr. Hand. Mr. Hand, what thoughts do you have on the initial question that Ms. Stringfellow asked?
Right, yeah. I think to the initial question that was asked, why do y'all make me follow up? So the greatest thing, just from my personal experience, the greatest thing that black women have done for me, like my process of healing and dealing with pressure, as a young black man, have introduced me to older black men that are going through the very same experiences or process that I'm going through. And I think that that's really an act of love, because I do believe in a generational movement of men working together to really model what healing is, as black women are also modeling that same healing.
Absolutely.
And I think that when that was introduced to me in my early teens, mid-early 20s, right, I think it really helped me over time to get myself out of what Jason Wilson calls emotional incarceration, to find spaces where I can actually be vulnerable and comfortable with myself being vulnerable, and really being honest with myself, like being radically honest with myself, and asking myself very tough questions and engaging in practices that's really going to help me to flourish, and most importantly, to build a healthy relationship with the very demographic that cares most about black men, which are black women. I don't really see any demographic that will sacrifice as much, even to the detriment of their own well-being, for black men than black women.
Wow, thank you for that. Thank you for that. Y'all do me a favor and put your hands together for this amazing panel. As we bring this conversation to a close, I want to say a couple things, but the first thing I want to say is thank you all so much. Thank you all so much for participating in this great conversation. As we take today's conference in consideration, there was one thing that really stood out from the conversation that I want to leave us with today. And this is to any man that may be watching or in the room who identifies as a minority. There are going to be some trouble. There's going to be some troubles. But if you hang in there, you'll also get to see some triumphs. Once more, there are going to be some troubles. But if you hang in there, there'll also get to be some triumphs.
What a powerful day this has been. The insightful, vulnerable, and transformational conversations are the beginning of healing and will empower us all in our advocacy. To wrap things up for us, we have Thomas J. Simmons III with the closing reflections. Thomas is a senior consultant with the Champion Services Group Incorporated, a human resources and management consulting firm based in Miami, Florida. With more than 40 years of comprehensive experience within the Fortune 500 corporate arena, a proud alumnus of Florida A&M University, he is highly regarded as a leader with exceptional skills in areas such as executive coaching and counseling, leadership development, team building, and more.
Well, I've got a challenge. I've been trying to figure out how to have some reflections. Tanya gave me this challenge, but she also told me that I had 5 minutes. And, you know, that's not always easy for me to do. You know, as Tanya and her sisters were growing up, and we'd have moments when I would have talks with them, they say, "Daddy, you don't talk to us, you preach." They have threatened many times to give me a pulpit for Christmas. But I will try to wrap up this incredible day. And as I think of this day, I'm reminded of my favorite song from one of my favorite artists, Stevie Wonder. And the song is "As." And the lyric that I'm thinking of at this moment says, "God knew exactly where he wanted you to be placed." We could be anywhere today, but long before July 11, 2024, God knew he wanted SoundMinds to be here. Greensboro, North Carolina, Bennett College. And so we are here today for all that you have experienced up to this point. What a tremendously powerful and important conversation. Tanya, you know, one of the things about visions and doing things according to God's will is you have to be willing to do it. You know, God doesn't force us to do anything. He doesn't force us to even accept him. So Tanya, I'm so proud of you for being willing, understanding the circumstances that brought this vision to you, but being willing to not only accept it, but to do all of the work that it takes to make this happen. Let's give Tanya a round of applause. Also, as Tanya would tell you, as we give her that well-deserved round of applause, she could not have done this alone. So I know the one that has probably heard most of what Tanya goes through to make this happen is my son, Duane. So Duane, thank you for all the support you've given. Thank the Reid crew. Thank the leadership team. Thank everyone that has had a part in this phenomenal day that we have experienced. And thank all of you who have come from wherever you have traveled to be here today. This has been an incredible day. You know, we have people who cross our paths along this journey of life, and they say things that may be very simplistic and yet very powerful. And as I have listened to all of the wisdom shared here today, I have thought about someone, I can't even remember the first person who said this to me, but someone said very simply that one of the worst things that you can do to another person or a group of people is to withhold information. And that's one of the reasons that back in the times of slavery, they didn't want black people to have access to books and information. But once that barrier is removed and you have access to information, then the next question becomes, what are you going to do with that information you've received? And we've received a lot of information here today on this important subject of mental health. So please allow me to reflect on just a few highlights of a program that has been filled with powerful highlights throughout. You know, like my son Vincent had us think about earlier today, a lot of it is about getting back to basics. Yes, there's new information that we have received and have had the opportunity to focus on, but a lot of it is not really complicated. A lot of it is not really rocket science. You know, let's kind of simplify it just a little bit, because I've heard some things throughout the day that have focused on some things very important. I'm thinking about now another of my favorite artists and another one of my favorite songs, Michael Jackson. So many songs, but one that comes to mind is Man in the Mirror. You know, there's a lot that we've received today, but as my mother used to always say, we could have focus, we could have faith, but both without works is dead. It doesn't produce any results. So, you know, there's some things that we have to do if we're going to move forward from today and make change. So, you know, if there's got to be a change in our lives and in our worlds, our personal world or the world in and of itself, then it's got to start with each of us. And the first thing that comes to my mind is we've got to love ourselves. We have got to love ourselves and take care of ourselves, which means as we focus on mental health, it's about taking care of our mind. Do you think about the diversity of subjects we have talked about today? And all that we have talked about emanates from our mind. You know, this powerful tool that can shape your reality and influence your health, your happiness, and your success. And that requires a serious focus on good mental health, which is a key part of feeling happy, feeling connected, and having a sense of purpose as we move along this journey of life. And please know that it's okay to love and take care of yourself. You know, when I think about this, it reminds me of a book that I saw many years ago with a title that was intriguing to me, and the title of the book was The Art of Selfishness. And I said, what is this about? You know, what I've been taught to feel and think about as I was being brought up in my home was about not being selfish. And yet as I explored that book, the focus was that in order for us to be okay in helping someone else, we've got to be okay with ourselves. So it's okay to love yourself and to have yourself as a priority and to put yourself first. That's okay. Of course, God should always be before us. You know, there's another book that I have thought of today as I've searched through the library of my mind and my memory, and that book is called The Greatest Salesman in the World. This was an interesting book. Some of you may have read it, and the setting in this book was in India. And this old sage was trying to teach a young camel boy how to live. And the focus of his wisdom was 10 ancient scrolls. And each scroll started with an affirmation, and after the affirmation there were a few pages that explain how you live according to that affirmation. And the affirmation that I have repeated many times in my journey of life said, I will live this day as though it were my last. And it explains how to live it. Now think about that. If you knew that this was your last day, how would you live it? You wouldn't live it thinking about negativity. You wouldn't live it doing things that you know are wrong, you would live it to the fullest. You would live it in a way that would be showing those you love that you love them. You would be doing things that you enjoy doing things good for yourself and others, if you knew this were your last day. And the bottom line of that thought process was, if that's how you would live your last day, that's how you should live every day. And finally, you know, I think about my favorite subject, as Tanya introduced me, love. And in addition to wisdom that was shared in that awesome Love in Action Embracing Advocacy panel, there were many comments today that were made about love. Beyond loving yourself, keep on loving. Keep on loving. No matter what you're facing in life, love anyway. Love anyway. Even in the Bible, God says, love your enemies. You know, if you love someone who loves you, that's good, but, you know, what have you done beyond expectations? Love anyway. You know, Chester Marshall told us earlier today that on every day, somebody loves us. Didn't you say that, Chester? Somebody loves us. Well, let's turn that around and say every day, love somebody. You know, it's amazing the healing power of love. You know, I have seen some of the toughest young men who were dealing with harsh realities in their lives just almost melt when someone shows that they care. You know, there's a saying that people don't care how much you know until they know how much you care. You know, so love anyway. And just because we love, please know that, as many of you may have experienced, love is not easy. Love is not always easy. You know, there was a time a number of years ago when I was living in Miami, and I have a lot of books that I have read over the years and referred to many times, a lot of wisdom. And in a certain area of my home, I have my private books. And, you know, I only show those to certain people. And there was a time I was going through a difficult period in my life, and there was excruciating pain. And I looked at all of these books and thought of all of the wisdom that had been shared with me, all of the wise people who had crossed my path, and I couldn't understand why, when all I was trying to do was love, and yet life was tearing me down, it seemed like. And at that time, it was one of those enlightening spiritual moments when I felt within me the answer to that question, with a great example, the greatest example I have ever had and could ever have. And that example was that there has been no one and will never be anyone who has loved like Jesus Christ. And they nailed him to a cross. So because we love doesn't mean it's going to be easy. But the point is to love anyway. And as we think about mental health, and we could get into even scientific discussions, but it's amazing what love does to our system, what love does to our minds, what love does to us on physical, spiritual, and emotional levels. So one of the things that I feel we should take away from this is there's been a lot of talk about love, whether you have heard it or not, beyond the love panel. So take that away. Love yourself. Love others. Continue to focus on this important conversation. Turn up the volume on mental health awareness and solutions, and keep this conversation moving. We all need it. We can share it with others, and that is a powerful way to continue to build this vision for what it was meant to be when it was given to my amazing daughter, Tanya. Thank you all very much.